Bonjour, bonjour à tous. I would like to know if you can hear me. I'm going to send something in the chat. Can you tell me if you can actually see my chat? Because I think we'll be using the chat quite a lot because I can't share any documents with the YouTube facility. Ah, ok. Diara. Bonjour Diara. Où habitez-vous? Où habites-tu? I should say. Où habites-tu, Diara? Dans quel pays? Okay, Zaidou, Jaden. I apologize if I... Okay, à Kingston en Jamaïque. Moi aussi, moi aussi. I apologize if I didn't pronounce your names very well. So before we start, I would like to know how you're feeling about your orals. It's going to be in 1 week time. How do you feel about that? Are you nervous or well prepared, or how are you feeling? Why do you think you're nervous? Is it because you're not prepared, or is it because it's an oral, or you think you're too weak, or what do you think it is, Jaden and Sam? Oh gosh. Pourquoi êtes-vous nerveux? Pourquoi? Okay, your oral date, Dara, is uncertain. No, in fact, the dates are between the 1st of June to the 16th. So it's going to be between those two dates. So this is certain. Which day, whether it's going to be the 1st or the 3rd, that depends on the examiner's availability. But you will definitely have it between those two dates, and I think probably the first week too. So Zeda, you said because it's an oral exam, okay. So when you're going to be in front of the examiner, whether it's a man or woman, try to imagine your own teacher, especially if you have a very good rapport with your teacher, your French teacher. Try to imagine that it's her or him, and don't really see the person as an examiner, okay? I know it's easy to say, but that's the reality, is that when we have somebody in front of us, we tend to really panic a little bit. But what I can say to you is that the examiner is not there to really try to give you the worst grade possible. On the contrary, the examiner would like to give you good grades. So what you have to do is to show off what you know. Don't show off what you don't know. But if you can show off what you know, and do what you have been doing. I'm sure you've been doing things for a long time. You've been practicing, I'm sure. So what I would say to you is that do not feel that way, because obviously we don't perform as well as if, you know, we're not nervous. And what I will also say to my students is that before you come where the examiner is, what you have to do is really breathe 3 times, okay? And very deeply, you do that 3 times, you close your eyes, you do it 3 times, and then you say, that's it, I'm going for it. That's how you have to have, that's the kind of attitude you need to have. And then you do what you were taught to do. Have I convinced you, Zayda? Okay, that's good. You're going to see that there's a little delay, because live, I was told that live is not really live. There's always a delay, and you're going to hear my voice delayed, and I'm going to see your message delayed as well, I guess. Okay, so Sam and Jada, you said you were nervous. Jaden, I think it's Jaden. Sam, I'm going to start with you, Sam. You're first on the list. Why do you think you're nervous? Pourquoi es-tu nerveux? Ah, that is normal. If you don't feel prepared, it's always like that. Okay, Sam, are you a subscriber to French Action? Okay, right. Sam, on French Action, and that's why it's good for you to be a subscriber, because you'll have access to the whole channel, and there's different types of video on the channels, okay? You have, for this paper, paper 3 in particular, you're going to see some thumbnails in gray color, and it says French oral exam. And there's about 5 or 6 of them on each topic. I've done all the topics except school. So for example, you're not too good with shopping, for example, because you don't like shopping, so your mind is not going to be on shopping if you don't like shopping, which I can well understand. So what you need to do is try to watch that video. The way I've done the videos is that I, right at the beginning, I ask 10 questions. If you can understand the 10 questions, then I guess you don't need to go further into the video, because you've understood the questions. They're probably too easy for you. You're not interested. But what I would say to you, Sam, is that you need to listen to those 10 questions first. And I go question numéro 1, question numéro 2, and the ones you don't really, you're struggling understanding first time, then you continue with the video, because then I'm going to explain to you how to, you know, I'm going to show you possible answers. And my answers, by the way, are very simple. For those who can do more, of course, you wouldn't stick to what is on my channel, but I'm really trying to help those who are struggling a little bit. So I'm trying to make everything as simple as possible so that you can learn better. So what you need to do is to go through all of them, and you're going to see that the questions start with very easy peasy lemon squeezy questions. For example, the one on home, the first question, well, I'm not going to tell you what the first question is, but it's very easy. I'm sure everybody can answer that question. But you're going to see that gradually the questions are going to be a little bit more difficult, because I'm trying to cover all the questions which are asked every year. You know that the questions, I don't know if your teacher has explained to you, but it comes in levels. So the very first questions, I would say the first question is supposed to be an easy question so that you can be at ease and you can answer. And that's the start. And then we give you a different type of question. And then you can have, we're going to go through all this today anyway, but I'm just explaining to you how the video was done. It was done using this. As an examiner myself, when I have the questions, I have to go through different types of questions, and you're going to see that on all the videos that I have done, the last question is always the most difficult one. So that's the reason why I'm saying you need to subscribe so that you can get hold of all the videos. And subscription is free, so you're not you're not spending any money or anything like that. So okay, somebody is asking, is it a must that you will get home and family? It's not a must. It's not a must. Every year we have 4 topics. The 4 topics out of 6. So there have been years when we didn't have home and family. Home and family, to me, I don't know for you, but home and family is the easiest, I would say, is the easiest topic, because it talks about us, and we know about that topic a little bit more. But you'll be surprised that many students still make mistakes on home and family. But no, every year it's going to be different topics. And the thing is, with CXC, we never know which topic. Even me as an examiner, I don't know which topic is going to come out. I really don't know. And I cannot say, oh, last year we had travel, so this year we will not have travel. I cannot say that either, because remember, it's 4 topics out of 6. So travel can come back, and, all sorts. We never know. So what it means, you know what it means? It means that you have to be prepared for the 6 topics. You cannot say, oh gosh, I don't like traveling. I don't like travel topic. I'm not doing it. Because at the end of the day, it's still 4 topics. So, are we getting the question part of the oral? Are we getting the question part of the oral? I'm not sure I understand the question, but this year is going to be like last year. In your oral, you're going to have 2 parts as opposed to 3. The first one is going to be your reading. So you will be given a text, which will you be preparing. And then when you are in front of the examiner, you will be asked to read your text. Okay, so you'll be doing your reading the best way you can. And after that, the examiner will ask you 16 questions. Okay, because it's 4 questions from 4 topics. So 4 by 4 gives you 16. So you're going to have 16 questions. So what you're not getting, Sam, what we're not getting this year is the situations is the part we're not getting this year, like last year, okay? We're not getting this year. Have I answered your question, Sam? And I wanted to talk to Jaden as well. Okay, so that's good, Sam. Jaden, I think Jaden was saying that he was nervous as well. Can Jaden tell me if he's still there? Can Jaden tell me why does he think that why is he nervous? Why does he think that he's nervous? Is it because he's not prepared? Or is it just because it's an oral exam? Yes, I can understand that. You're usually nervous in orals. I can understand that. It's normal. It's normal. So Jaden, remember to do the little exercise. Close your eyes and breathe. You do it 3 times, and then bang, you go into the room. Okay. Have you got any questions before I start? Any questions? D'accord, Jaden, that's good. We're going to try to speak as much French as possible. So even though you can't speak, but you can write it. And then if you make mistakes, I will correct your mistakes as well if I can see them. Because this thing is moving quite fast. So I don't know if I can keep up with it, but at least because I'm planning to do another stream for the other exam, the other papers like paper 2, paper 1. Okay, so yeah. Zedian, you said no. No to what? I'm not sure I understand the no here. I'm not sure what you're responding to. Oh, if you had any questions, yeah. Oh, bonjour, Ryan. Ah, Ryan. It's been a long time. Pleased to know that you're there. Oui, Ryan, je vais très bien. Je vais très bien. Merci. I'm a little bit nervous too, because it's my first stream. I didn't have a clue how it would go, whether you would see me, whether you could hear me or anything like that. So it's the same for me. And where I am, I'm very on my own in front of a computer. So it's a bit weird, mais voilà. Okay, so Ryan is, I'm sure you gathered, is one of my students. So. Oh, bienvenue de Trinidad. Last Force Backup. Ok, très bien. Quel temps fait-il à Trinidad? Quel temps fait-il à Trinidad? Okay, so I know we have this delay, so I don't know if she is going to answer. But what I wanted to say first, merci. Okay, bon après-midi. You don't say bon après-midi. It's just bonjour. Okay? Bon après-midi is when you leave the person, okay? And it means have a good afternoon, okay? So be careful. In French, I'm teaching you French from France, okay? And you don't say bon après-midi. It's bonjour until 4:30, 5 o'clock. And after that, you say bonsoir, okay? But not bon après-midi. So if you want to say bon après-midi, it's because you want to say have a good afternoon. Like now, let's say I'm leaving now, I would say bon après-midi because we're still afternoon and I want to wish you a good afternoon, okay? No, I didn't ask what time is it in Trinidad. I didn't. Écoutez bien, écoutez bien. This is the question I asked to last first backup from Trinidad. Quel temps fait-il à Trinidad? I'm going to type the question, or maybe I'm going to ask Ryan, you can type the question for me? If Ryan understood. Quel temps fait-il à Trinidad? Okay, so what time is it in Trinidad? The weather, yes. Quel temps fait-il à Trinidad? Is how is the weather? Yes, that's very good. So this is the type of question you could get as well in the exam, okay? What time is it in Trinidad would be quelle heure? Quelle heure? So anytime, let me type this for you. Quelle heure? So basically, whenever you hear quelle heure, you know is what time. Okay? Quelle heure est-il? What time is it? Okay? But I didn't say quelle heure. I said quel temps. Okay? So you have to be careful because yes, you've learned that temps means time, which is true actually, but it also means weather. Okay? And to differentiate the two, that's why we say quelle heure. Because otherwise we wouldn't know when you're talking about the time or the weather. So remember, quelle heure, what time, quel temps, weather. Okay? So because we have those mistakes in the exam actually. So you have to be very, very careful. Il pleut en Jamaïque. Oh, not where I am. OK. Ici, il fait chaud. Il fait chaud. Il fait chaud. Okay, so let's go through what's going to happen on the day. If you haven't got any questions, that is. If there's questions, you can put them now, and then I'm going to go through what will happen next week. Il fait chaud. Il fait beau, okay. Actually, la force is not en Trinité, it's à Trinité. Il fait beau à Trinité, okay. It's interesting that you use Trinité because in the Caribbean, in the French Caribbean, nobody says Trinité, they all say Trinidad. So in the French Caribbean, they would say il fait beau à Trinidad. But yes, it's true. Trinité is the French version of Trinidad. But the Caribbean, the French Caribbean, just keep the name Trinidad. Trinité is the word that would be used in international organizations like United Nations and any international organizations. Okay. 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 So since you don't have any questions, I'm going to start. And if you have any questions, then put them as we move on. Okay. All right. So when you're going to be called, for your oral, so let's say somebody was there before you, and remember this year some will be done face-to-face and others online. Okay, so depending on which country and which town you are from, so the modality will vary. Okay, so some will do it online as well. You may find that it's easier for you online than face-to-face. I don't know. Okay. Now, remember, when you are called, you will be called to prepare. Okay, not to go straight, but you will be given some time to prepare. Okay, so when you're going to prepare, you are going to go into your area wherever you're supposed to be preparing, and you're going to have a text. Okay, so what I'm going to ask you to do is to ensure that you spend all that time on the text, because the text, you need to spend time on the text because you're not going to have any situations. So you have to ensure that you've done everything with the texts. Okay? Bien. Okay, I've just seen somebody saying c'était chaud en Jamaïque. C'était chaud doesn't work for the weather. You have to say il faisait chaud. Okay? It was hot en Jamaïque. Okay? Il faisait chaud. Okay? So when you have the text, what are you going to do with this text? You have a text. There will probably be some words you will not know. You're going to start panicking because, oh gosh, I don't know that word or these words. But it doesn't matter, because remember, we don't ask you questions. We're not going to ask you any questions on the text, which is good. So even if you don't understand the text, it doesn't matter. However, you need to know how to read it. And I see the word look for liaison. Very good, Zadia. Yes, liaison. Because even if you have a brilliant pronunciation, but you don't make liaison, you cannot get 10 out of 10. Okay? The liaison is very important. Okay? So make sure you have your liaison. Your pronunciation. I know that somebody, I can't remember who is that. Is that you, Zadia, who said you were not a subscriber? If you haven't subscribed to the channel, I encourage you to subscribe, because when you go onto the channel, you have access to all the videos, and you're going to see videos on pronunciation. And there's also two texts which I created specially for you. One is on the liaison, and one is on a sound. Okay, so you look at for those texts. One is called Spring Cleaning, and the other one is called My First Trip. Okay, and the texts are there. What I try to do is really to give you all the little traps which CXC tend to put, because there's always traps. Okay, and last week, this week last week, I think I did a video on the word plus versus plus, because I had to do that video because I had to do that. I really had to do that video because what I've noticed is that the word plus, very often, if you go through past papers, you're going to see that word very often. And that word is often there because students make mistakes. Sometimes they say plus when they should say plus, or sometimes they say plus when they should say plus. So you have to ensure, you have to really know the rules, when to say plus and when you say plus. And all this, I put that in that video. So you can, I would really advise you to look at that video. And at the end, there's a text which you can read. So read the text and compare your reading with my reading. Okay? I always put a text at the end, even though it's not a text for like my first trip or anything like that, you know, text which I created for that. It's with the words, is really for the pronunciation purposes. Okay, so I would say to you, go for that. Okay, and then when you look at your text, another thing you have to go for is it's like you scan the text very quickly, and any words you are not familiar with, you stop and you say to yourself, how would I pronounce that word? I've never seen it before. I don't know what it means. How would I pronounce it? So you have to work it out, okay? And also another thing you have to scan quickly is whether or not there are dates or numbers, age, things like that, because sometimes they put the digits, and then sometimes you have students who read fairly well, and then suddenly nothing, because there's the figure 12. You cannot stop like that for a number, especially like 12. So you have to make sure that before you actually start the reading, you have sorted all this out. And when this is sorted, no problem. Sounds the S when the vowel follows it. Actually, it depends on no, I disagree with you. It depends on the meaning of the plus. You have to watch the video. It can be, if it's a liaison, but it depends on it depends on what it means. Okay. Yes, Jaden, it's more like when it's positive or negative. Okay, j'en veux plus. J'en veux plus. I want more. Je n'en veux plus. I don't want any more. So this is negative as well. So you're not going to pronounce it. Okay. All right. Okay, so that is your reading. Any questions on the reading? Because today I'm really here to help you with the questions, because I can't make you read because because of the system we have. I wouldn't be able to hear you. So reading is not really an option here, but being exposed to the questions is important, because what I have found over the years is that sometimes you have students who speak well, but unfortunately they don't have the top grades because they said very good things, but they never, they didn't answer the questions. So if you don't answer the questions, that's not going to work out. Okay, so you have to make sure that you can answer the questions first. Okay, when you answer the questions, then okay. So is there, I mean, I was going to start with the home and family, but do you want to start with another topic, or shall I start with home and family? I like to start with home and family because it's a bit easier, and it's you know, make us in the mood, so to speak. You want shopping. Okay. Shopping. Okay, so you have to agree. I can't be doing shopping, sports and recreation and home and family. Okay, anyway, in any case, we're going to do them all. When you feel that you're okay with home and family, then we can move to another one, okay? All right, so the way, as I said before, for those who were not there right at the beginning, I will always start with the very simple questions and then go up in terms of level. Do we translate the name of places? For example, I was born at the Jubilee Hospital. Do I say je suis né à l'hôpital Jubilee? That is a very good question. No, you don't say the name of the hospital. It's not normal to say the name of the hospital. You just say the name of the town where you were born. You don't say, no French person is going to say, I was born in a hospital. Some people were born on a plane. So, you know, no. You don't translate any names. You just say, I was born à Trinidad, je suis né à Kingston, or wherever, okay? Ça va? Bien. Écoutez bien. Écoutez bien. Comment tu t'appelles? Okay, très bien. All right. Normally, we say, comment t'appelles-tu? But you notice that I say, comment tu t'appelles? And I did it deliberately because sometimes people, sometimes students don't understand. They understand comment t'appelles-tu, but they don't understand comment tu t'appelles. So, très bien. You all answered correctly. That's very good. Très bien. So, you have to be careful. Comment tu t'appelles-tu is exactly the same thing. Okay? Bien. Quelle est la date de ton anniversaire? Très bien, Jaden. Mon anniversaire est le 12 mai. Okay? Now, I don't know how you would have said it, but remember, when you say this sentence, you have to have a liaison between the mon and anniversaire. So you're going to say mon anniversaire and not mon anniversaire. Okay? You're going to say mon anniversaire. And that's very good. What I've noticed is that everybody put the le. Very often students miss it out, and you didn't. That's very good. Mon anniversaire est le. So nobody has the same birthday as mine. Okay. All right. Okay, next question. Quelle est la profession de ta mère? That is a good one, Diara. Le 1er décembre, okay? And not, le 1er is the 1st, okay? Très bien. Je répète. OK. Mon anniversaire est le 1er octobre. Ma mère est avocate. OK, très bien. Ma mère est avocate. Ma mère est prof à Kingston College. OK. Ma mère est femme d'affaires. Ma mère est médecin. Très bien. OK. So these questions are too easy for you. OK. Ma mère, Okay, Ashia Lewin, you cannot say ma mère est la professeure. You can only say ma mère est professeur. Okay, no la. Okay. Señorita Ramirez, hola. Ma mère, elle est une entrepreneur. No, you cannot say elle est une. Remember, no article. After the A, you don't have an article between the A and the profession, okay? Ma mère est entrepreneur, okay? So you want me to repeat the question, okay? The question is, it's the same for Douglas. Ma mère est enseignante and not enseignant because it's ma mère, okay? So you have to put the extra E, okay? Et enseignante and not un. Okay, remember, no article before occupation profession. Okay, my question was, quelle est la profession de ta mère? Quelle est la profession de ta mère? Okay, so that was la profession. I chose mère, but it could be père. Mère for the agreement. Okay, the first person who wrote the answer said avocate, which is good because she put, or he or she, can't remember, put an E, which is good because if it was masculine, then you wouldn't put the E. So if you were talking about your father, for example. So that's very good. Okay. All right, so not too bad here. We can continue. Just a minute. Qu'est-ce que fait ton père dans la vie? No, Donny, you cannot say est une femme d'affaires. Ma mère est femme d'affaires. Okay? This is a mistake in the exam, so be careful. Okay? Ma mère est femme d'affaires. I'm not sure why you say a femme d'affaires et immobilier. I'm not sure what immobilier means there. Are you saying that she's a real estate agent or something like that? If it's the case, you can say ma mère travaille dans l'immobilier. You can say that if that's what you wanted to say. I'm going to type it for you. Ma mère travaille dans l'immobilier. Bien, alors now I'm getting the questions for the father. That's very good, very good. This was a trick question. Very many students don't understand that question. Donc, mon père est médecin, very good. Mon père est informaticien. Mon père est avocat, très bien. So the question was, qu'est-ce que fait ton père dans la vie? Let me type it for you. Qu'est-ce que fait ton père dans la vie? Qu'est-ce que fait ton père dans la vie? Okay, so this is a funny thing because what does your father do in life? Well, I guess we're here to work, so so qu'est-ce que fait ton père dans la vie? That's fine. Donc mon père est homme d'affaires. Très bien. Okay, so recap. Remember, if you are asked a question, yes, what does your father do for a living? That is the question. Merci. Now, you need to remember that there's no articles before occupations and professions. Very often they ask that question in home and family to see if you remember that rule, okay? Now, you cannot say mon père est infirmière. You can only say mon père est infirmier. Infirmier, because infirmière is nurse, but for a woman. Infirmier is nurse for a man. Okay? Ça va? Okay. I'm going to continue with the questions. This is a challenging question, so listen carefully. Si tu devais changer quelque chose dans ton appartement ou dans ta maison, que changerais-tu? This is a difficult question. I remember when it came up, the students were completely lost. So that's why I'm giving you those types of questions to make sure that you're not lost on the day. Nobody understood the question? Ah, répétez. OK. Si tu devais changer quelque chose dans ton appartement ou dans ta maison, que changerais-tu? Dari, which would I choose apartment? No, it's not that. It's not that. Je préfère habiter dans un appartement. This is not the answer either. Je répète. Si tu devais changer quelque chose dans ton appartement ou dans ta maison, que changerais-tu? It was a trick question. Oh, somebody said, oh, Did you get it now? Good. So what is the answer, Zida? Yes, that's right. If you could change something about your house or your apartment, yes. Okay, yes. All right, so now I'm going to, before you answer, I'm going to write the question for you and explain a little bit how this question is formulated. Je changerai la couleur de ma maison. Très bien. Very good. For those who didn't understand, si tu devais changer quelque chose dans ton appartement, ou ta maison, I made a little mistake, ou ta maison, que changerais-tu? Je changerai les meubles. OK. Très bien. Très bien, Zédia. So, si tu devais changer, if you had to change something in your apartment or your house, what would you change? Okay? So, je changerai les meubles. Très bien. And the good thing about this question is that they are testing the use of the conditional. So when you say it, it has to be in the conditional. And what I like about it is that you're writing really in the conditional because you're putting the S, which is correct. If you don't put the S, you are in the future. Okay, so that's very good. Je changerai la taille de ma cuisine La fosse, without the R at cuisine. Très bien. Je changerai la couleur de ma maison en blanc. Très bien. Très bien. Okay. So, as you can see, when you answer, your answers are brilliant. That's very good. But at the beginning, you would have said something different. Okay. And you would have lost really that question. Okay. So you have to be careful. I put it in the chat. Si tu devais changer quelque chose in case it comes back, we don't know. Okay? Bien. Another thing, somebody, Dory, put, je changerai la couleur de ma maison en blanc. It's very good. The en blanc, en with the preposition, very good. Pretty soon, I'm going to release a video on, it's going to be a quiz instead of a lesson. It's going to be a quiz, and it's just going to be on prepositions, because what I have found is that students don't know what prepositions. And when I see en blanc, I'm very happy. That's very good. Not all students know which prepositions go where. Okay, so that's very good. Okay, next question. Écoutez, écoutez. Qu'est-ce que tu fais pour aider à la maison? Je fais la vaisselle. Okay, vaisselle, la fosse is 2 S's. Otherwise, I see vaisselle. Okay, remember an S between 2 vowels give you a Z sound. Je fais la. Okay, je lave la vaisselle. I prefer je fais la vaisselle. That is the expression. Je lave la vaisselle. Not very. Je fais la vaisselle. Dara, you can't say je faire. You need to say je fais. F-A-I-S. OK, je range ma chambre, je lave la voiture et je prépare le dîner. Très bien, très bien, très bien. OK. La fosse, OK, you knew about it? That's good. J'aide ma mère avec... Lily, j'aide ma mère avec le nettoyage. Don't forget your articles, OK? No occupations and professions, but remember, apart from that rule, you normally put your prepositions, your articles. So j'aide ma mère avec le nettoyage. Okay, Miss, would we have the oral situation section this year? No, Dory, you must have come a bit later. I explained that there's no situation this year. Okay. Je fais la vaisselle et je sors la poubelle, le nettoyage. OK, Lily, you got it. Oh, Marissa, it's not je regarde mon petit frère. It's not that. I'm going to type it for you. Je garde mon petit frère. Je regarde means to look at, physically, to look at. Okay? You don't look at your little brother. You are looking after your little brother. Okay? Okay, guys, vaisselle is not plural, you know. Okay, I've noticed that Queen, I see Queen put je lave les vaisselles is not les vaisselles, is je fais la vaisselle. Okay, vaisselle is singular, is not plural. Okay, la vaisselle is basically the whole is the dishes, the glasses, the forks, everything is all this. I know it's a lot of stuff, but all this is called la vaisselle. It's a bit like family. You have la famille, but in the family you have the father, the mother, the grandfather, the grandmother, and so on. and it's really like collective, okay? So, je fais la vaisselle, ok? Je fais la lessive, ok? Je fais la lessive, je fais la vaisselle, très bien. Okay. All right, so you're good with that. Okay. Next question. Écoutez. Qui fait la cuisine à la maison? Whilst you're typing, I'm talking to Icy Queen. Icy Queen, you need to repeat the je. Je nettoie la maison et je fais la vaisselle. Okay. I know in English we can do that, but with the French and in Spanish, if you do Spanish, you would know that in Spanish we don't really need to put the je, but in French you have to repeat. Okay. La force, ma mère fait la cuisine. Okay. Another way, ma mère cuisine tous les jours. Okay. Ma mère fait la cuisine à ma maison. You don't need to say à ma maison, à la maison, not ma maison. OK? Normalement, ma mère prépare le dîner, mais quelques temps, non, quelques temps doesn't go, tout le monde. Alors, quelquefois is sometimes, quelquefois. I've just put it in the chat, quelquefois. Ma mère fait la cuisine, OK? Another way of saying it is c'est ma mère, because I ask who, OK? Donc, c'est ma mère qui fait la cuisine. Another possibility, OK? C'est ma mère qui fait la cuisine. Ou parfois, yes, it's true, Ryan. You can say quelquefois ou parfois. Très bien. OK. Bien, you're okay with those questions, a bit too easy for you. Listen to this one. Écoutez bien. Écoutez bien. Quel est ton pire défaut? OK. Ma grand-mère prépare. You don't need to, Icy Queen, you don't need to put les, just le petit déjeuner pour tout le monde. We know that is one breakfast for each person. OK, ma mère prépare le petit. No, Icy Queen, I don't want to give you the questions twice because you need, and that's the whole point. I don't want to do it twice because on the day it's not going to be given to you twice. Okay, so I'm saying it once, trying to see if somebody gets it, and of course if nobody gets it I will repeat it. But this one I think is a difficult one. It's not a common one. It's not that it's difficult, but it's not a common one, but I'm going to repeat it. Quel est ton pire défaut? Yes, I see, Queen. I'm sorry. It just I'm trying to prepare you for this exam. You understand? And I want you to have a good grade because each time you ask the examiner to repeat, it's not good for you because you're not going to be in the good band for the comprehension. You understand? So if you want to have a good grade, the best thing is not to ask for repetition unless, of course, you can't understand the question. Okay? Yes, it starts with quel est. Quel est ton pire défaut? Oh, il pleut. Ooh. Yes, I'm pleased you understand. Yes, Marisa. Okay, so I'm going to give you the rest of to that question. Okay, is anybody? Quel est ton pire défaut? Okay, Michel. Bonjour, Michel. You said mon pire défaut est je suis timide. Okay, très bien. Okay, for those who don't understand this question, it was asked many years ago, and that is défaut is a flaw, is the opposite of quality. You know, we have qualities and we have flaws, okay? So for Michelle, for example, she said she's shy. I bet she's not, because the fact that she's typing that is already, you know, some shy people wouldn't even do that. So, and therefore, Ryan is a flaw. For example, you could say, mon pire défaut, c'est que je suis égoïste. I'm selfish. Or, mon pire défaut, je suis paresseuse. I'm lazy. Okay, anything like that. Well, you see, La Fosse just said, je suis très paresseuse. Oh, Lily, when we talk about that, we're not talking about your weaknesses. We're talking about whether you're selfish, arrogant, what else? Too proud, anything like that. Okay. Ryan, it's like to say your weaknesses, but it depends, because some people may think of their weaknesses in French, and it's not what we're talking about. Okay. So like Aisha, I hope I pronounce it right, said, mon pire défaut est je suis bavarde. Yeah. Je suis bavarde. Bavarde means talkative. She chats. Okay. Je réfléchis trop et je ne dors pas à l'heure. Okay, I don't think that is a défaut. I wouldn't say that is a défaut. A défaut is what you were born with, okay? Yeah. So this one it's a question which causes problems. So that's why I'm asking that question to you. Okay, you're doing well. You're doing well. Now, the question which I'm going to ask you is a question which will require at least 3 sentences, okay? I put it in my videos before. When you have certain, I'm not going to say it now because I'm going to ask it, but there are some words, keywords, when you hear that, you know that you will have to ask those questions. You will have to answer those questions using 3-4 sentences, okay? That's when you have to show off, because, you know, some questions will be very, some questions will require very short answers. For example, what's your name? You can't say much more. You say, my name is. It's very short. So that's the reason why we need to ask you those questions, so that you can show what you can say in French. Okay? So, the question is, décris-moi ta maison ou ton appartement. So, I'm going to read in the chat. Yes, I see, Queen. Describe your house or your apartment. Yes. Yes, that's what you're asking. That's what I am asking, sorry. I see, Queen. Each time you hear décris-moi or parle-moi, you know that is that question with 3 or 4 sentences, okay? Because décris-moi means describe to me. So if you have a description, you have to say as much as you can say, okay? So Diara said, ma maison est grande et grise. You miss the E at gris, okay? Ma maison est grande et grise. Il y a 7 pièces dans ma maison. Ma maison est très confortable. Très bien, okay? A bit too much repetition of ma maison. Okay. Ma maison est grande. Il y a 7 pièces. You don't need to say dans ma maison because it can only be in your house since that's what you are describing. Et c'est très confortable, you could say as well. La fois said, ma maison est grande, bleu et très confortable. J'aime ma maison. OK, très bien. Ma maison est grande. You miss the E, Zeda. Avec, and not avec. I'm sure it's typo. OK. Zadia, is your house, does your house have 6 bedrooms or 6 rooms? Okay, I see, Queen. An interesting one. Ma maison est très grande, c'est verte et blanche. Now, you cannot say c'est verte et blanche. After c'est, it's always masculine. Even if the c'est replaces something which is feminine, okay? So, ma maison, c'est vert et blanc. I know it is strange, but that's the way it is. Okay, and this is a rule. After say, you never have any feminine. Okay? Ma maison est grande, rouge. Il y a 5 pièces dans ma maison. Ils sont la salle de bain, le salon, la cuisine et la chambre. Okay, Aisha Louine, it's not ils sont. Okay, il y a 5 pièces dans ma maison. You don't even need to say ils sont. Il is the mistake because pièce is feminine, so you cannot have il. You have to say elles, but elles sont is not necessary here. Il y a 5 pièces dans ma maison, la salle de bain, le salon, la cuisine et les chambres, because salle de bain, salon, cuisine, chambre makes it 4, so maybe you meant les chambres. OK. C'est très, très confortable. OK, très bien ici. Said, ma maison est blanche avec 3 chambres. Il y a 4 salles de bain. C'est très confortable. Très bien. Michel said, ma maison est petite. Il y a 4 pièces. Il y a 2 chambres, une salle de bain, une cuisine. Très bien. Ma maison, c'est... pardon, that is mine. OK. Ma maison est très grande. Il y a 3 salles de bain, 2 chambres, un salon. Don't forget the S à chambre because it's more than one. Un salon et une grande piscine. Très bien. Ma chambre a un lit très confortable. Très bien, Lily. Savannah James, ma maison est petite, mais elle est confortable. Il y a 2 chambres et des murs blancs. Mur blanc. Mur is wall. but it's masculine, okay? Des murs blancs. J'aime ma petite maison. Très bien. Dory said, Dory, you can't say mon maison. It's ma maison. Maison is feminine, so it has to be ma. It can't be mon. And énorme. Ma maison est énorme. I don't like the word énorme for house. Why don't you say ma maison est très spacieuse? This is for Dory, okay? Ma maison est très spacieuse. So it means that it's big. I don't like the word énorme. Okay, donc ma maison est très spacieuse et moderne. Okay? I don't understand what's that. Il aurait avoir. What tense is that, Dory? I'm not sure. Il y a 7 chambres. Maybe that's what you mean. Il y a 7 chambres avec une grande salle de bain. Don't forget your une. Ce serait blanc et noir. I'm not sure, Dory. I'm not sure why you're putting the conditional. I'm talking about your house as it is now. So there's no conditional. OK? Ma maison est verte et blanche. C'est grand et très, très confortable. Très bien, ici. Lily, ask, can you please repeat what you said about feminine words after say? OK, I will repeat. Say is never followed by a feminine. Oh, okay. After say, you have an adjective, right? And it's never followed by a feminine adjective. Okay? Ma maison est très spacieuse. Okay. Can you type a sample answer? Well, you've done very well. Okay. Okay. You could say something like, j'habite dans une grande maison. Il y a, okay, guys, I am telling you that it's raining very badly, so I hope this is not going to affect the internet connection, okay? Donc, j'habite dans une grande maison. Il y a 7 pièces. Basically, what you said was fine, you know. J'habite dans une grande maison. Il y a 7 pièces, and then you enumerate the rooms. But what I would add is something that nobody said. If you have aussi, nous avons aussi un jardin et un garage. So here I put nous avons to change the il y a, because you always say il y a, okay? So generally that's why we say il y a, okay? Et nous avons aussi un jardin et un garage, okay? Ça va? Bien. Okay, these are the questions that I wanted to ask you for home and family, because you know home and family is quite personal as well, and I didn't want personal questions on the chat because it's live. So I'm not going to ask you personal questions, but I think the personal question I ask you is really your birthday. That's the very you know, and also about your parents. So which topic would you like me to do next? Okay, so I have sports, shopping, sports and recreation, travel, shopping, s'il vous plaît, shopping. Okay, I have shopping 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so it's going to be shopping. It seems Traveling. Okay, so this is the deal. We're going to do shopping first and then travel. Okay. Shopping it is, Doris. You're right. Okay, shopping is going to be a little bit longer than home and family because there are some questions which students don't always answer correctly. Okay, so I'm going to ask those questions. I apologize for those who've already watched my videos on shopping. It's some of the questions I'm going to ask are already in the videos, but I have more than 10 questions. So you're not going to hear all of them. So that's good. Écoutez. Est-ce que tu aimes faire du... Pourquoi? Je répète la question. Écoutez. Est-ce que tu aimes faire du lèche-vitrine? Okay, I see, Queen, you understand du lèche-vitrine? Okay, Zedia, you said oui, car il est très relaxant. No. Il suggests a person, okay? So in this case, you're going to say c'est très relaxant. Voilà. And you're not going to have il and you're not going to have relaxante because after c'est, remember what I said? No feminine adjective after c'est, okay? C'est facile et amusant. Ok, Jaden. Non, mademoiselle. Sorry, I'm madame. Ok, non, je déteste. Ok, la fausse. You don't say je déteste du lèche-vitrine. You need to say je déteste le lèche-vitrine. Ok? But the expression is faire du lèche-vitrine. But you like le lèche-vitrine. Ok? But really, it's better to say oui, j'aime faire du lèche-vitrine. Non, je déteste faire du lèche-vitrine. Because really, it's an expression. So keep faire du lèche-vitrine. Okay? Aisha Lewin, okay. Have you noticed that you didn't fully answer the question? But maybe because you didn't hear. Écoutez. Ah, somebody answered. Oui, parce que c'est intéressant et amusant. Okay. There were two parts to that question. First is, est-ce que tu aimes faire du lèche-vitrine? So whenever you hear est-ce que, you know is yes or no answer. That is one. And the second part to the question was pourquoi. So you can't say oui, j'aime, non, je n'aime pas. But you need to say parce que. And like Doria said, parce que c'est intéressant et amusant. Okay, fine. Okay. Any other answers? Okay. All right. Écoutez, qu'est-ce que tu aimes acheter? J'aime acheter les vêtements. J'aime acheter les vêtements. OK. Michel. OK. Michel, quel type de vêtements? Yes, I see. Oui, I see, Queen. J'aime acheter de la nourriture. OK, Diara. OK, j'aime acheter les vêtements et le maquillage. OK. 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 Très bien. OK. So, you understood that question. J'aime acheter. OK, nourriture. La force is la nourriture. OK. And also nourriture. You miss the little you. Nourriture. OK. J'aime acheter les chaussures. I see. OK. J'adore acheter de la nourriture. OK. Aïcha, j'aime acheter du poulet et des frites. OK. OK. Écoutez, avec qui est-ce que tu vas en ville? Oh, Jaden, you can't say j'allais en ville. You can't say that, okay? Jaden, you have to say je vais en ville, okay? Avec ma mère, okay? Je vais en ville avec ma mère. Lily, Michel Dunk, ok. Lily, généralement, je vais avec mes sœurs. Très bien. Nila, normalement, je vais en ville avec mes amis. Très bien. Savannah James, je vais en ville toute seule, ok? Toute seule with an E, toute seule, parce que c'est plus, ok, Savannah, you can't say c'est plus vite, c'est plus rapide, not vite. Because vite is an adverb, not an it's not an adjective, it's an adverb. You can say je parle vite, but c'est rapide. Ok, d'accord. Ok, je vais en ville avec mon père. Je vais en ville, not en ville. Ok, I guess it's a typo. Je vais en ville avec mes amis. Je vais avec ma sœur. Je vais en ville avec ma mère et ma sœur. Très bien. Je vais en ville avec mes amis. Bon, très bien. You understood the questions. Perfect. Parfait. Ok, écoutez bien. Écoutez bien. Tu fais quelle pointure? Je fais du 40. Très bien, la fausse. OK, très bien. OK, Jaden, you cannot say mon pointure est 12. Savannah, je sauce du 38. Yes, you can say that. That's very good. Okay, Zeda, it cannot be tie because I said, tu fais quelle pointure? Kayana, you cannot say je fais en 39. It's je fais du 39. Okay? Okay, here you couldn't have ma taille because I asked, tu fais quelle pointure? Okay? Tu fais quelle pointure? So you have to say je fais du or je chausse du. Je chausse, I haven't heard je chausse for a long time, but it's French. Okay. But you can't say ma taille. Okay. Just learn that expression. Je fais du, and it's going to be between 30. I imagine you will be between 37 up to, for the guys, maybe up to 40 if you're tall. Okay. Okay. The question, I'm going to type 2 questions because somebody had asked for the previous question. So the previous question was, avec qui est-ce que tu vas en ville? So that was the previous question, okay? Now this question is, yes, pointure is shoe size. So you have to be careful because one year we had pointure and the students were talking about tie. It's the same problem that we have between college and lycée. The students knew college but didn't know lycée. When we go to school, to the topic of school, I'll talk about it. But you have to be careful because it's not the same thing. And it's like pointure and taille is not the same thing either. Okay? Now, écoutez. Est-ce que tu suis la mode? OK. C'était quoi? Est-ce que tu suis la mode? OK, oui, j'aime la nouvelle mode. OK. Très bien, Marissa, très bien. You got it. Mais c'est quoi la nouvelle mode? Marissa, c'est quoi la nouvelle mode? Il y a la mode maintenant avec Covid? Je sais pas. OK. 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 J'aime être unique. J'aime être unique. J'aime la mode vintage. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? La mode vintage dorée. Pas du tout. Mes amis me taquinent à ce sujet. Savannah, très bien. Savannah, tu es comme moi. Pas du tout. Mes amis me taquinent à ce sujet. OK, la question est OK, so that's what I ask. Est-ce que tu suis la mode? Oui, bien sûr. Bonjour, Alex. Est-ce que tu suis la mode? Très bien. Yes. Très bien, Alex. Est-ce que tu suis la mode? Okay. So the reason why I asked that question is because suis, we know suis as je suis. But je suis also means I follow. Okay? If, for example, I'm behind you, I would say je te suis. I'm following you. Okay? So you have to be careful because it comes from suivre, which means to follow. Okay? So do you follow fashion? Do you keep up with fashion? Okay? Yeah. And the question is in two parts. So I just asked the first part because I wasn't sure if you were going to understand that. But pourquoi? So some of you answered the question. Il pleut. Parce que comme Zédia, j'aime être unique. Oui, bien sûr, parce que j'adore la mode. OK. OK, très bien, très bien. Okay, so if this question comes, remember, suis is to follow, okay? To keep up with in that context, okay? Bien. Écoutez. Combien de fois par mois vas-tu faire les courses? Ok, Keyana, je vais répéter. Ok, je vais répéter. Écoutez, écoutez. Combien de fois par mois vas-tu faire les courses? Yes, I see Queen, you started. Combien de... Combien de fois par mois vas-tu faire les courses? Okay, Savannah James is good, but it's une fois, okay? Fois is feminine. Une fois chaque mois ou une fois par mois, okay? Any other answers? Diara dit normalement, je fais les courses 3 fois par mois. Well, you do more than me then. Je fais les cours chaque semaine. OK. Semaine has an E at the end. OK. J'achète 2 fois par semaine. Marissa, I don't really like j'achète 2 fois par semaine. Normalement, je fais les courses 2 fois par semaine. J'achète. Yes, you have to buy, but it's not really the right way of answering that question. Keyana Bartley, normalement, je fais les courses 3 fois par mois. That's fine, okay? How many lessons do you go? Ah, non, 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 non. I see Queen. Faire les courses. Go shopping. Faire les courses. OK, I see Queen. Je fais les courses 5 fois par mois. OK? Donc, faire les courses is to go shopping, not shopping for clothes, is food shopping. OK? That's what I mean. Now, if you say je vais faire du shopping chaque semaine, je fais du shopping chaque semaine, that's different from je fais les courses, because faire les courses is food shopping. Okay? And that is something that very often students confuse. Now, this is for IC. IC. Les cours is classes, like un cours de français, but les courses is shopping. If I say je fais des courses, it means I go shopping for food. But if I go and I'm looking around because I need a new dress, something like that, I'm not going to say je fais les courses. I'm going to say je vais faire du shopping. Or, je fais les magasins, which is the expression I put in my video. Okay, je fais les magasins. Okay. Okay, I see Queen, je m'appelle Danielle. Well, I'm going by the name I see in front of me. Okay. Je fais les magasins. Faire les magasins is to go shopping because why it is faire les magasins, and it's plural because you go from one shop to another, and it's going to be more than one shop, obviously. So faire les magasins is to really word for word to do the shops, meaning you go to this one, then to that one, then to that one. And that is what we call faire du shopping, as opposed to going to Price Mart or for food. Okay, that's different. Okay? Ça va? Question? Écoutez. Qu'est-ce que tu fais avec ton argent de poche? Okay, Kayana, you can't say avec ton argent de poche because I'm asking you with your pocket money. So you can't say with your pocket money. You need to say with my pocket money, avec mon argent de poche. And it's not argent du poche, c'est mon argent de poche. J'achète. So you need to make it like this. J'achète. OK. J'achète des vêtements et des chaussures. Très bien. Qu'est-ce que tu fais avec ton argent de poche? Avec mon argent de poche, j'achète des vêtements. Très bien. With your pocket money. Yes. Daniel. Icy Queen. Daniel. Yes. J'achète des vêtements avec mon argent de poche. OK. I know that not everybody will necessarily receive pocket money. But if that question comes up, just say something, even though you may not get some pocket money, just say something avec mon argent de poche, j'achète. Just imagine what you would buy if you were given pocket money in case you don't receive any. OK? Alors, je n'ai pas d'argent de poche. OK. J'utilise mon argent de poche pour investir. Oh là là! Dory, you're going to be rich. Aïcha, j'achète du fromage, du poulet et du pain. Guys, you love eating. You love to eat too much. Avec mon argent de poche, j'aime acheter nouveaux vêtements. Diara, there's a little mistake. Can you correct it? There's something missing. Avec mon argent de poche, j'aime acheter. What is it? Alors, Icy Queen, j'achète des chaussures et des vêtements avec mon argent de poche. Très bien. OK. That's what you'll have to say on the day if that comes up. OK. Avec mon argent de poche, je vais acheter des fruits. Jada, don't say je vais acheter des fruits because je vais acheter des fruits is immediate future. So you want to say j'achète des fruits because it was in the present. OK? J'achète de nouveaux vêtements. OK, this is the correction. Diara said, Diara said, avec mon argent de poche, j'aime acheter nouveaux vêtements. She missed out the deux nouveaux vêtements, OK? Deux DE. OK, you remember this rule? J'achète des bonbons avec mon argent de poche. OK, that's what I used to do too. J'achète de nouveaux vêtements. The rule is, listen to it carefully. If you have an adjective, a plural adjective placed before the noun, because you know that most adjectives are placed after, but if it's placed before the noun, okay, and it's plural, you're not going to put des, the day is going to change into the DE. Okay, that is the rule, and you need to know that because this comes very often in the exam, especially in paper 1. So make sure you know that. Okay? D'accord, Diara? Okay. Bonjour. That is a long one. I'm going to call you Samuel. Okay, bonjour. Okay. Next question. Comment est-ce... Sorry. Alexis, you said j'achète de nouveau what? De nouveau what? You can't have nouveau with singular. It has to be plural, okay? Samuel, vélo, okay. I'm not sure what you want to say. Vélo? What do you want to say? Or are you trying to help Alexis? I don't know. Okay. So, no, nothing is coming up. Okay, so j'achète de nouveau. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Does neuf work the same as nouveau with the placement? Okay, no. Nouveau is before, neuf, which means new, brand new, actually, is after. So you're going to say, j'ai acheté un vélo neuf, but you cannot have neuf before, because if you put neuf before the noun, it's going to mean 9. So that's why it has to be placed after. Otherwise, before, it's the number, okay? I'm reading a question. You should make a video on tricks and possible grammar techniques that could come up on paper 1. This is coming up. This is coming up, but at the moment, I am focusing on the oral because the oral is next week. Okay, but after that, it's going to be situations, letter, and paper 1. I'm not sure about the order because I have to check the dates of the exam, but it will be based on the dates of the exam. Okay, Samuel, why did you put nouveau vélo? Are you going to buy more than one bicycle? I think I would just say un nouveau vélo. You're welcome, Dory. De rien. That's why I'm here. Okay. So you're okay with that question? I'm going to move on to another one. I'm trying to give you the questions which I've prepared, but the most difficult one. Okay. Écoutez, comment est-ce que tu prépares la rentrée? Comment est-ce que tu prépares la rentrée? Merde. So what's happening? Nobody, I'm not hearing, I'm not seeing anything. Oh. Okay. Okay, the question, comment est-ce que tu prépares la rentrée? Did you get that? No? Okay, I'm sending you the question. Comment est-ce que tu prépares la rentrée? Yes, la rentrée is to go back to school, okay? It's a word, it's not a verb actually, it's not to go back to school, it's back to school, but really there isn't a particular word in English, really. So it is comment est-ce que tu prépares la rentrée? Yes. You could get this question, why not? I'm trying to give you questions which are a little bit more challenging, okay? Because I'm sure you've prepared the normal questions. So je me prépare en étudiant et en achetant de nouveaux trucs scolaires. Très bien. Zeda, très bien Samuel. Zeda, je ne fais rien. Okay, je ne fais rien. So you're saying that you don't buy any stuff? Remember, it's shopping, you know. So we're talking about shopping. So you must be buying something like books, pens, and things like that. Dara says, je repasse mes uniformes. Don't forget the E at the end of uniform. Je repasse mes uniformes. Très bien. Yes, yes, yes. So saying je ne fais rien is good French, you know. I'm not saying that you couldn't say that, but you need to say a little bit more. J'achète beaucoup de livres, for example. Backup, remember, beaucoup de and not beaucoup de. Beaucoup de livres, OK? J'achète des cahiers neufs et des crayons, OK? This is how you prepare for back to school. Yes. Okay? So try to think of something just in case you get this question. You need to have something in mind instead of just saying je ne fais rien. Try to come up with something. Okay? Remember, you know, I explained to you before, with the oral, you're trying to show off. So you have to show off. You can't just give very short sentences like that. Okay? J'achèterai des livres et des stylos. Okay, the question wasn't in the future, Aisha. It was just how do you normally prepare? Huh? It wasn't future. Yes, Samuel, je me prépare aussi mentalement. That's very good. It's very important because, you know, when you spend 2 months on a holiday and suddenly you have to start working and studying, it can be a little bit challenging. So I agree with you. Yes. OK. Écoutez. OK. Icy Queen said, j'achète des livres, des crayons et un cartable. OK. Très bien. OK. Écoutez. I'm continuing now. Yes, Samuel. You're right. And I like that, mentalement. So what you would have done if it was the situation was real in the exam, you could say all the things that you said before, like I don't know if it was you who said it, but somebody said that he goes and does shopping and so on, like most of you. You're saying that you're buying stuff, and then you could continue with another sentence by saying je me prépare aussi mentalement. That is a brilliant answer. Okay? And I have to say, I've never heard that one before. So, très bien. OK. Écoutez. Pour acheter tes vêtements, tu préfères aller dans une boutique ou dans un grand magasin? Pourquoi? Tu préfères les grands magasins ou les petites boutiques? I didn't say it exactly like that, Icy Queen, but that's basically the bottom line, yeah. I said, pour acheter tes vêtements, tu préfères aller dans une boutique ou dans un grand magasin? Pourquoi? Alors, Jaden said, je préfère une petite boutique parce que c'est pas cher. Okay, remember, it's not c'est pas cher. Ce n'est pas cher. This mistake, actually, that you've just made, Jaden, I mentioned it in the video, which is coming out on Friday. Okay, there's a video which I'm talking about, and this is for the oral, and it's coming out on Friday. Okay, donc je préfère une petite boutique parce que ce n'est pas cher. Now, it's interesting because for me, a boutique is more expensive, I think. Je préfère acheter. Okay, Kayana, be careful. You said, I prefer to buy a boutique. I'm not asking you if you want to buy a boutique. I'm asking you, if you prefer to buy your clothes in a boutique. OK? So, je préfère acheter dans une boutique parce que c'est moins cher. D'accord? I thought boutique was more expensive, actually. Je préfère un grand magasin parce qu'il y a plus de choix. Yes, that's actually a similar answer I put in one of my videos. Diara, je préfère maganiser. I'm not sure what that is. Dans une boutique. Maganiser, I don't know that word at all. Parce que ce n'est pas très cher. Maganiser, I don't know that verb. Where did you get that verb from? Maganiser, magasin is the noun, but I'm not aware of that verb. Je préfère un magasin parce qu'il, Q-U, apostrophe il, parce qu'il y a de nombreuses options et à la mode. OK? OK, Samuel. Bonne chance pour mardi. I know you'll do well. Anyway, you don't have to worry. Kayana, OK. Last backup, je préfère une boutique parce que c'est moins cher. OK, don't forget the S at moins. OK, Savannah James, je préfère aller dans une boutique parce que ce n'est pas bondé comme un grand magasin. D'accord, très bien. OK, do you know what bondé means? Bondé means crowded. That's very good. It's an adjective I haven't heard for a while because students don't use it, but that's very good. Je préfère acheter mes vêtements. Icy Queen, allez, what is allez? You can't say allez, grand magasin, parce qu'elles sont moins chères avec des ventes. Oui. There's a few mistakes. I have to go back to that, Icy Queen. Je préfère aller dans un grand magasin, not une, parce qu'il y a plus de choses. Be careful. Il y a plus de choses. OK? Plus de. OK? And Jada, je préfère les grands magasins parce que c'est plus cher. You prefer les grands magasins because it's more expensive? I thought people would prefer not go to where it's cheaper, but interesting. Je préfère un grand magasin parce que j'ai beaucoup d'options de vêtements avec différentes tailles au choix. OK, d'accord, Samuel. OK, très bien. OK, I'm going back to Icy Queen who said, OK, I'm not going to repeat what she said, but I'm going to correct. Je préfère faire mes achats ou acheter, to make it easier, acheter mes vêtements dans les grands magasins parce moins cher. OK, parce que c'est moins cher, parce que c'est moins cher et il y a des soldes. For example, et il y a souvent des soldes, you could say, il y a souvent des soldes. Sold means sales. What I mean by sales is when you have discounts, OK? Donc, je préfère acheter mes vêtements dans les grands magasins parce que c'est moins cher et il y a souvent des soldes. This is a very good answer to keep, OK? If you ask that question. OK? Bon, not bad at all, not bad at all. Okay. I'm going to ask you a question. It's not a difficult one, but it's one that students didn't understand. And it came up several times, so I'm going to ask you. The question is, Écoutez, est-ce que tu achètes toi-même tes vêtements? Okay, I hope you've understood the question. Samuel, you can't say repeat, madam. What would you say on the day of the exam? You cannot say repeat. That's not quite what I ask. Icy Queen, you're very, very close. Je répète. Est-ce que tu achètes toi-même tes vêtements? Okay, I'm going to put it in the chat. Oh, what's that? Achète toi-même. That was the question. Icy Queen, you're very close. It's not thème. Est-ce que tu achètes toi-même tes vêtements? Ok. Donc, non, ma mère achète mes vêtements pour moi. That's very good, Diara. Merci, Ryan. Yeah, répétez. Yes, I have noticed that very often they put ER, but it should be EZ. Merci, Ryan, for your help. Non, ma mère achète not ma vêtement pour moi, mais mes vêtements. And remember, vêtement is masculine, it's not feminine. So you wouldn't have ma, but you would have mon if it was singular. But we're talking about clothes in general, so we're going to put it plural. Ma mère achète mes vêtements. Okay? Yes, Lily, do you buy your own clothes? And this question, through many students were lost in that year, I remember, because they didn't know what they understood, est-ce que tu achètes? And then, tes vêtements. And they were trying to figure out what it was. So that's why I chose that question. Okay? Oui, j'achète mes vêtements, ok, mais oui, quand j'achète des vêtements avec ma mère, Ok, Savannah James, you cannot say je ne l'aime pas. Here, when you say je ne l'aime pas, you're saying I don't like her, meaning you don't like your mother, the way it was put, so be careful. Quand j'achète des vêtements avec ma mère, je n'aime pas. To save this misunderstanding, you wouldn't put the L apostrophe. Otherwise, the L apostrophe would refer to your mother, and you're saying something which I'm sure you don't want to say. Okay? That you don't mean. Ok, Samuel, parfois ma mère achète mes vêtements et parfois c'est moi et je choisis les styles. Très bien. Kayana, parfois j'achète mes vêtements, mais normalement ma mère achète mes vêtements. Très bien. Normalement, don't forget the E, Aïcha, normalement, non, ma sœur achète mes vêtements, très bien. Niacha, oui, je fais du shopping avec mes amis et je choisis mes vêtements, très bien, you're lucky, très bien. Samuel, parfois ma mère achète mes vêtements et parfois c'est moi et je choisis les styles. I'm sure you said it before. Yes, 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 I did read. OK, très bien. Lily, oui, j'achète mes vêtements, mais quelquefois, ma mère achète mes vêtements. OK, très bien. So this is what you'll have to say. Now, écoutez. Achetez-vous vos vêtements en ligne? And then the second part of the question is pourquoi? Oh, I like that. I see Queen. Non, je n'achète pas moi-même mes vêtements parce que je dépenserais beaucoup. Yes, you say je dépenserais beaucoup d'argent, not de. Argent is singular, even though it's a lot of banknotes, but it's parce que je dépenserais beaucoup d'argent. OK? What I say to my students is that I'm answering the question, if they don't ask you pourquoi, do you still say it? I say to my students, show off. So sometimes the answer is yes or no. So if yes or no, we or no, it's so short that I always say to my students, try to add something. So for me, I would add something. It can't hurt. Lily said, non, je vais au magasin. Okay, d'accord. So she's answered. That's fine. Okay. What about the others? Non, je ne achète pas. It's not je ne achète pas, it's je ne pas en ligne, not on. It's en, hein, not on. Parce que je n'aime pas et c'est moins amusant. Amusant doesn't have an e because it's singular, remember? C'est moins amusant que d'aller en personne. Yeah, that is true, Kiana. Diara, j'aime acheter mes vêtements en ligne parce que c'est plus facile. OK, très bien. Oui, c'est très rapide. Savannah says, d'accord. Icy Queen, you didn't get the question? OK. OK. Non, je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne parce qu'ils n'ont pas. Because you're too petite or you're too big? Why is that? I'm sure they can find your size. Samuel, je n'aime pas acheter des vêtements en ligne parce qu'il faut trop de temps pour arriver à la Dominique. Ah, you're from Dominica. Ah, très bien. OK. OK, très bien. Donc, for Icy Queen, the question was, I'm going to type it, est-ce que tu achètes des vêtements en ligne? Est-ce que tu achètes tes vêtements en ligne? That was the question, okay? I wanted to include the online thing because I must say they haven't really used online questions. I think it's not many times if they have, but because of the situation with COVID and so on, it's possible that they will start asking questions with things online. So just to make sure that you understand en ligne means online, okay? Donc, so are you getting it, Icy Queen or Daniel? Est-ce que tu achètes tes vêtements en ligne? You're getting it now? No? Okay. Can you tell me which part you don't understand? Est-ce que tu achètes? You know est-ce que. Est-ce que is yes or no. Okay, answer. Achète is to buy. OK, donc, est-ce que tu achètes? Do you buy? Tes vêtements is your clothes. En ligne, online. So what you need to know is en ligne, which means online. OK? Very important, especially now, because yes, en ligne means online, because now we have classes online, we have everything online now. So you need to know that. Malika, is not did you buy clothes online, is do you buy. Okay, I didn't use any past tense at all. Ok, non, je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne. Ok, bon. So think as well. I mean, there was a video I wanted to do, but I didn't. Is on technology. I wanted to include questions a little bit more regarding technology, just in case they ask, but I didn't get to do it, and I don't think I will get to do it. So, okay, yes, Samuel, do you buy clothes online and why? Okay. Oui. Alors, Akalia, oui, parce que j'ai préférence. I'm not sure what you want to say. Akalia, I'm talking about Akalia, who says oui, parce que j'ai préférence. I'm not sure what she means. Icy Queen, parce que je ne sais pas comment. Icy Queen, are you saying that you don't know how to finish your answer? Oui, car il y a plus d'options. OK, d'accord. Okay, if you watch my video on shopping, I answered that question, I think. Okay. So you can, Icy Queen, you can try to practice. I don't know if you have subscribed to the channel, but if you have subscribed to French Action, you have access to all the videos which are there. But of course, you have to subscribe, otherwise you can't have access to the video. Alors, you're saying now, je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne parce que je ne sais pas comment what do you want to say? Comment payer en ligne? Is that what you mean? Je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne parce que je ne sais pas comment. Je ne sais pas comment. Your sentence is not finished, Icy Queen. Okay, I don't know how to. Ah, okay, how to. So it means you have to say, in French, you can't say how to. You can't do that in French. Parce que je ne sais pas comment faire. You need a verb. In English, we can say, I don't know how to, and stop there. But in French, it's not possible. You have to say, I don't know how to do it. So that's why I put faire there. Okay? Ça va? Okay. Je n'achète, so Icy Queen is saying, je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne parce que je ne sais pas comment acheter en ligne. Okay, instead of repeating acheter en ligne, instead of repeating that, I would say Icy Queen just, je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne parce que je ne sais pas comment faire. And that's it. That takes care of everything. You don't have to repeat. C'est Samuel, you can't say ce n'est pas possible. It's ce, let me write it, ce n'est pas possible. Okay? Donc, Malika, non, je n'achète pas vêtements en ligne car je n'aime pas le faire. Okay. Malika is fine, but you miss something. Non, je n'achète. So the E, you get rid of the E and put the apostrophe so that you have je n'achète pas. Donc, non, je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne. You need to have something. My. OK. Je n'achète pas mes vêtements en ligne car je n'aime pas le faire. Fine. That's fine. Naisha White, bien sûr, parce que les vêtements en ligne sont bon marché. Très bien. Icy Queen, oh, I didn't see the correction. Yes, I put the correction earlier on. Parce que je ne sais pas comment faire. If you go up, I can see it where I am. So you will see it. You have to look a little bit up. Samuel, yes, you forgot that. Okay, that does happen. As long as you don't forget on the day of the exam, Samuel. Okay, so that's important. Okay, question? Okay, that one, listen carefully. Students couldn't understand it, so let's see if you do. Si tu avais une somme importante d'argent pour faire du shopping, qu'est-ce que tu achèterais? OK. OK, j'achèterai une voiture. OK, that is good. Très bien. I'm going to repeat. Écoutez, si tu avais une somme importante d'argent pour faire du shopping, qu'est-ce que tu achèterais? Okay, so backup said, j'achèterais une voiture. I would buy a car. That's very good. Here, this question is really to see if you know how to use the conditional tense. So that is very good. Okay, j'achèterais une voiture. Okay. Townsend says, j'achèterais beaucoup des vêtements. You can't say there is beaucoup de, not beaucoup des, OK? Ou une maison, OK? Si tu avais it's not quite that. J'achèterais une île. Oh, OK. I'm going to put two things. First, who de, because it's the second time I see this mistake. Okay, because really what you're saying is a lot of, okay, and not a lot some, okay. J'achèterai de nombreuses maisons et j'investirai en bourse. Wow, Dory, that's good, okay. J'investirai, should have had the S as well, okay, because the whole thing is in the conditional tense. Okay, Samuel, j'achèterai une maison et un terrain et aussi une voiture. Très bien. Jade, j'achèterai une maison. Très bien. OK. Lily, j'achèterai beaucoup de nourriture. No. You can't go to the exam and say that. Si tu avais une somme importante, when we talk about une somme importante, it means a lot of money. OK? In the video which I produced, I didn't say si tu avais une somme importante d'argent. I said si tu gagnais au loto. Si tu gagnais au loto, if you were to win the lottery, I made it a little bit different, okay, because that could come up. It did come up at one point. And let's face it, if you win the lottery, you're not going to buy food. You know how much food you would buy with that money? Okay, so j'achèterais beaucoup de nourriture. Nourriture actually doesn't have an S. Is la nourriture, is food. It's like in English, you don't say a lot of foods with an S. It's the same. Aïcha, j'achèterais du poulet et un téléphone bleu. Why a blue phone? What's that, a blue phone? I don't know. Kayana Bartley, j'achèterai une maison et j'achèterai une voiture. OK, très bien. Samuel, je paierai aussi l'hypothèque de ma mère. Oh, that's so nice. Meaning that he would pay for, because you know, when you have a mortgage, you have to pay off for your house, so you would pay off his mom's mortgage, which is very good. J'achèterais une maison pour ma famille. Malika, ma famille, not mon famille. Famille is feminine, is la famille, okay? Camille Rose, could you type the question? Okay, as you know, I always do. But I wait for the answers first. J'achèterai plus vêtements. No, Icy Queen, there's something you missed there. You can't say j'achèterai plus vêtements. J'achèterai plus de vêtements. It means, Icy Queen, you didn't watch my video on plus, okay? Because it's plus de. If you watch that, now that you subscribe, thank you for the subscription. Now that you're subscribed, go to the one which was released last week. It's called French pronunciation plus versus plus. Okay, watch that one, and this is explained as well with the pronunciation, but it will explain that. So, j'achèterai plus de vêtements, une voiture pour ma mère. That's very nice. I love those answers. You are very kind, very nice kids. You would buy things for your mother or your father. That's very good. J'achèterai une maison, une voiture pour ma mère. That's so nice. Par exemple, ma mère, mon frère, Samuel. I don't understand what you say. Par exemple, ma mère, mon frère, mon père et mes sœurs. I'm not sure why you said that. Par exemple doesn't have any A in par exemple. Okay, that you use the English spelling. Okay. Akalia. I have a certain preference in clothes. Oh, you were talking about the word preference before. Okay. Okay. Let me deal with Akalia, and then I put the question in a minute. Ah, okay, Samuel, I got it now. Okay, all right. Okay, that's very good. So remember the C questions. So far, they have come up in traveling, in travel and shopping. So make sure that you remember that you have the C. So when you hear the C, it means if the question may have the past tense, if something were to happen, or if you had the choice, if. So remember that if you have the if in the past with the past tense, you have to use the conditional, okay? So remember that. Now, my last question on shopping, that is these new questions which is coming up. It's question with opinions. So they want to get an opinion from you. I think they have that already for Spanish. So they're trying to do the same. They're trying to have the same for French. Okay. So listen carefully. Écoutez. Penses-tu que les jeunes ont trop d'argent à dépenser? Pourquoi? So after this question, we go moving on to travel, as promised. Actually, I haven't, just a minute, I haven't put the question as I said. Okay, this is for Icy Queen. Remember, you wanted the question, so here the question. Okay, I'm going to ask the question, the last one. Écoutez. Penses-tu que les jeunes ont trop d'argent à dépenser? Pourquoi? You didn't get it? Oh, Icy Queen. Ok, je répète. Écoutez, penses-tu que les jeunes ont trop d'argent à dépenser? Pourquoi? Oh. Ok, Samuel, it's not celui-là, it's celle-là, because question is feminine. You went to get your water. Well, I got my water just before. Okay. All right. Penses-tu que les jeunes ont trop d'argent à dépenser? Pourquoi? Okay, I'm not going to send the question as yet because somebody has answered. Non, à mon avis, ils n'ont pas besoin d'argent pour dépenser. Ils n'ont pas besoin d'argent. Okay, I like that, Townsend. Okay, it should be non, à mon avis, ils n'ont pas besoin d'argent à dépenser, not pour dépenser, à dépenser. Okay. What is the most important thing I buy when shopping? No, 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 it's not what the question. Okay, I'm giving you the question. Yes, backup, I did say les jeunes. I have the question. The question is there now. Penses-tu que les jeunes ont trop d'argent à dépenser? Pourquoi? Ok, Kayana, à mon avis, je ne pense pas que les gens ont trop d'argent à dépenser parce qu'ils ont besoin d'argent. Now you would say pour acheter, in order to. Pour is in order to, ok? Pour acheter des choses, ok? Je ne pense pas que les gens ont trop d'argent. C'est pas les gens, hein, Kayana. We're not talking about les gens. We're talking about gens is people. We're talking about les jeunes. Jeune is young people, so it's not quite the same. Do you think that the young have too much money to spend? Yes, I see, Queen. That is the question. I don't know. Maybe you receive a lot of money. Beaucoup d'argent, je ne sais pas. Anybody for this question? Okay, so you need to, even because sometimes some of the questions are questions which maybe in English you don't really know what to say. So you have to think about them so that if they ask, at least you have something to say. Okay? Non, à mon avis, l'argent est pour tout le monde. L'argent est pour tout le monde. I'm not sure I understand the answer. Non, je ne pense pas qu'ils devraient dépenser trop d'argent parce qu'ils doivent penser à leur avenir et que l'argent ne pousse pas sur les arbres. Ok, ils doivent travailler pour cela quand il est parti. Ils doivent travailler pour cela quand il... What do you mean quand il est parti, Samuel? Where il est parti, when he's gone. When he's gone, where? You see, in English, we can say when it's gone, but in French, it doesn't work like that. But it's a good answer. Non, je ne pense pas qu'il devrait dépenser trop d'argent. Okay, Samuel, it's not quite the question, you know. The question is, penses-tu que les gens ont trop d'argent à dépenser? Do they have too much money to spend? You are saying, I don't think that they should spend, which is not quite the same. Oui, parce qu'ils ne comprennent pas comment dépenser. You can't say dépenser d'argent, de l'argent, okay? You miss your L apostrophe, D-E, L apostrophe, IC Queen. Non, parce que les enfants n'ont pas de travail, ok? Travail, no S, Naïcha. You'll fix that up. I know you will fix it up, Samuel. I have every confidence in you. But be careful, Samuel. Don't rush when you are asked a question, because what I wouldn't like is that you because your French is good, obviously, but you don't always answer the question right. So you could lose a lot of points because you're not really answering the questions, okay? And yet, you have the ability to do that. So, non, parce que les parents pensent que les enfants ne sont pas responsables, donc ils ont moins, I'm not sure what MOIS is, because moi means month. Okay, but Daira, it was good at the beginning. Oui, I see Queen, oui, parce qu'ils ne comprennent pas comment dépenser de l'argent. Okay, you corrected, very good. Lily, non, je ne pense pas que les jeunes ont beaucoup d'argent à dépenser parce que normalement, ils ne travaillent pas. Ok, très bien. Malika, non. Malika, you can't say mon argent. Okay, the L apostrophe doesn't work when you have my. When you have my, you don't have any article. Okay, so you say mon argent est dépensé soigneusement. Ok, très bien. Jade, non, je pense Okay, remember, you know, when you say je pense, what comes after je pense is je pense que. Okay, you can't say non, je pense il. So here you're going to say je pense, I'm typing it, qu'il. Okay, je pense qu'il. Ah, and you can't say ils besoin, ils ont besoin. Okay. Je pense qu'ils ont besoin. You need your verb because besoin on its own is not a verb. It's a noun. Besoin, it means to need. And you want to say to have the need. Donc, ils ont besoin d'argent pour, Jade, pour acheter des vêtements, pour, in order to buy clothes, et de la nourriture. Okay, don't forget your partitive adjectives, guys. Partitive articles, guys. Okay, there's a video on partitive articles 13 or 14, no, not 13, 14 of the blue series. Okay. Okay, Anna, I'm reading your question. I'm going to answer in a minute. Oh, moins. It's moins you wanted. Okay, that's fine, Yara. Malika, non, je ne pense pas. I don't understand what you're saying there because penser has an accent, which means that it's past tense, and fait doesn't exist. So I'm not sure what you're saying. Avoir besoin de is to need, you know, in need of. Yes, you're correct. I see Queen. Très bien, Aisha. You remove your S. It's good. It's good that you are correcting yourself. I really like that. Samuel, ils ont trop d'argent à dépenser car ils ne savent pas comment le gérer. Yes, you're really right. Yes. Very good answers. Would this live be up after we are done? I'm not sure what you mean. Would this live be up after we are done? You mean would I leave it on YouTube? Is that what you're saying? Yes, I'm going to leave it on YouTube. Yes, I'm not going to delete it. I would delete it if there was a problem, if you couldn't hear me. Yes, I would delete it, but you can go back to it and go back to your answers. And yes, I don't have a problem with that. Okay. Yes. I want to answer a question which I read, and it is a very good question. I was supposed to have mentioned it before, but at the time there were not as many people as now, so I didn't. But maybe it's the time. When you are asked a question, you are expected to answer. Okay, a question comes, we give you a couple of seconds, and then we expect you to answer. Okay? Now, if you don't answer, what's going to happen? If you don't answer and you don't say anything at all, the examiner is going to think that you didn't understand the question, may even ask you, do you want me to repeat? Or would just, depending on the examiner, just move on, would just continue, and you would lose that question. Okay? So what I would say to you, if you don't understand the question, meaning if you really don't understand the question, okay, because sometimes you understand the question, but you want them to repeat to make sure that you've understood and all that, and then each time you have a repetition, obviously it's not going to be good for you, because the grade you're going to have for comprehension won't be top. Okay, so that is the issue. And the second thing is spontaneity. We expect, it's like if I ask you a question in English, how old are you? You're not going to wait for 5 minutes to tell me your age. So it's that kind of time, that delay we're talking about. How old are you? I am 16. You understand? Not waiting and saying I am 16. You understand? So yes, spontaneity is an issue, because if you're not spontaneous, you can't be in the top band for spontaneity. You understand? So yes, Samuel, you're saying c'est vrai, j'ai eu ma part, c'est comme au moment où les mots ne sortent pas. Okay. Yes, that happens, but I know, Samuel, this will not happen on Tuesday. It's you who said you have it on Tuesday, right? No, it will not happen to you, because your French is very good, so there's no reason for you to panic or anything like that. Okay? The questions, mind you, the questions are more or less the same. If you have done a lot of practice with your teacher, you should be okay. The only problem is when they come up with a totally different questions, like the question starting with if. These are new questions. They're probably 4 or 5 years old. So we never prepare, we didn't prepare our students with those type of questions. So when they got those questions, they got stuck, because they had never heard that before. And even me as an examiner, when I saw the question, I went, my students will probably not understand. And it's true, they didn't understand, because we hadn't really practiced those types of questions. And penses-tu que is, ou que penses-tu de, those type of questions about opinion is fairly new as well. So they may come up with something totally new again this year. We don't know. But one thing you need to remember is the beginning of the questions, okay? Comment, pourquoi, à quelle heure, quand, which very often the students don't understand. Quand means when, okay? Quand, combien de fois, how often, how many times, okay? So the questions will always be following a particular pattern, and that will be always the same pattern. So you don't have much about that, okay? All right, so now we are going to move on to travel. As I said, I would do travel after shopping. Are you ready for this one? Travel. I know at the moment we don't really travel much because of COVID, but if you were to have those questions on travel, I think the questions would be more questions about traveling before COVID, okay? So I don't know if they will come up with questions about traveling, but it's more likely to be like that, okay? Yeah. Écoutez. Okay, I'm getting a question here. What is COVID? In French, it's COVID. COVID is COVID. Okay. It's the same. COVID-19, the same. I don't know. I'm wondering if they're going to even mention COVID in the questions, because it's a type of sensitive issue, COVID. So I'm not sure that they're going to mention it, but we have to be ready for anything. We don't know, because as examiners, we don't have the questions beforehand, so we wouldn't know. Okay. However, I'm still going to go with travel, because travel, from my personal experience, travel is the theme, the topic which students do worse, because I don't know, sometimes they don't understand the questions, and Very often there's the past tense as well, because they ask you, where did you go? What did you visit? And some students are struggling with the past tense. So let's see how you are doing, okay? Prêt? Es-tu déjà allé à l'étranger? I see. Well, I'm assuming that you're a girl because you said queen is prête. For icy queen, prête, not prêt. Prêt with an S means near. It doesn't mean ready, okay? It's the same pronunciation though. Oh, don't apologize. It's good when mistakes are made because people can, you know, get the correction, because trust me, you wouldn't be the only one to make mistakes. So don't worry about that. Okay. Jaden said, je déjà visite les États-Unis. Okay. So he understood the question. That's very good. However, Jaden, can you correct this sentence? Because even though I can see that you understood the question, but the answer is not quite right. Ok, oui, je suis allée aux États-Unis, très bien. Es-tu déjà allée dans un pays? No, I didn't say that, Icy Queen. I said, es-tu déjà allée à l'étranger? Oui, je suis allée au Canada, c'était très magnifique, très bien. I like what Kayana put. Instead of just saying oui, je suis allée au Canada, she added c'était très magnifique. That is very good. And on top of it, she used c'était, which is the imperfect. And that is very good. By adding something like that, you impress the examiner. That's very good. Okay, so Icy Queen, the question was, es-tu déjà allé à l'étranger? So the reason why sometimes students don't understand the question is because they don't understand à l'étranger. Okay? So you did, which is very good. À l'étranger means abroad. Okay? So the question was, es-tu déjà allé à l'étranger? Have you been abroad? Okay? And you would say, oui, je suis allé wherever. Okay? In this case, very often you say that you went to the United States. So je suis allé aux États-Unis. Very good. All of you put O with the plural. That's very good. Justin Kerr, bonjour. Oui, je suis allée en France. C'était une expérience inoubliable. Oh, I'm sure it was. Très bien, très bien, très bien. That's how you need to speak, okay? When you say oui, je suis allée en France, and you add c'était une expérience inoubliable. Oh là 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 là. That is very good, okay? Yes, Icy Queen, es-tu déjà allée à l'étranger? That was the question, okay? So you would say oui, je suis allée à, or non, non. Ah, okay. So if you say non, this is what you need to say, Icy Queen. Non. You need to repeat the whole thing. Je ne suis pas allée à l'étranger. You could add never as well. Je ne suis jamais allé à l'étranger, but I don't want to confuse you. Non, je ne suis pas allé à l'étranger. OK? OK. Question? Quel est ton moyen de transport favori? Oui, je suis allée en Martinique, je voudrais voir le volcan. Oh, I miss Jade. I didn't see it actually. I'm just seeing it now. You saying oui, je suis allée en Martinique, not au. Martinique is feminine, okay? So je suis allée en Martinique. But I don't understand why you're saying je voudrais voir le volcan. If you went to Martinique, didn't you see the volcano? I'm not sure why you say that. Jaden, mon moyen de transport favori est le bus, c'est confortable. Très bien. Kayana, ah non, you can't say mon favori moyen de transport. It's the other way around. Mon moyen de transport favori est la voiture, not en voiture. En voiture means by car. So you don't want to say my favorite means of transportation is by car, is the car. OK? C'est très confortable. Quel est ton moyen de transport favori? Icy Queen, you got it. À pied, car c'est le plus sûr. Ça, c'est vrai. Good answer. Oui, je suis allée. Oh, Malika is not en États-Unis, c'est aux, A-U-X, États-Unis, because États-Unis is a plural noun. OK? À pied, car c'est le plus sûr. Marissa, you can say ma préférée transport is mon moyen de transport préféré. OK? Let me type this. Mon moyen de transport préféré est, and then you put whatever, okay? This is what you need to say. All right. What is good is that j'aime voyager en voiture, ok? Mon moyen de transport préféré est Aïcha is not, mon moyen de transport est un bateau et le bateau. Le bateau, because you're talking about the boat in general, okay? Parce que j'adore l'eau. Good for you, because I'm seasick, so not for me. Je préfère la voiture, Lily, not une voiture. Je préfère la voiture parce que c'est plus rapide que pied, non. If you want to compare, I'm talking to Lily, it's better to say c'est plus rapide que la marche. Marche is walking, okay? Pied doesn't work there. Doesn't work. Mon moyen de transport favori est le train parce que c'est très rapide, très bien. Jade, remember, it's not mon favori moyen de transport, ok? C'est mon moyen de transport favori, ok? Mon moyen de transport favori, ok? Now, what is very interesting is that you got the question, and I'm very pleased about that because I remember that when I asked that question, the student talked about sports because it says, quel est ton moyen de transport? He heard sport, and straight away he thought it was to do with sports. And he talked about basketball or whatever he was talking about. And unfortunately, I couldn't give him this question because it was totally off. Okay? I see Queen, j'aime voyager en voiture parce que c'est plus rapide. Yes, that was correct. I think you had done it correctly, I think. mon moyen de transport préféré est la voiture, Malika. Oh, okay, you realize that. Okay, this leads me to something. Okay, you're typing, but next week you're not going to be typing, you will be speaking. And like Malika said le, but she meant la. Now, if you say le voiture to the examiner and you say la voiture straight away, you say le voiture, la voiture, straight away, we're going to forget the le and replace it with the la, so that you can, because it's called self-correction, and it suggests that you obviously know how to say it, but it didn't come out at the time, so that's fine. Okay, so make sure that you correct yourself, but straight away, because you can't finish the exam and say, oh, miss, or sir, I know I made that miss. That's too late. Okay, whatever you have done 2 minutes later is no longer, it's finished. Okay. All right, so Niasha said, mon moyen de transport préféré est le vélo. You are the only one to have said le vélo, I think. That's very good. Okay. Bien. This question was asked a long time ago, and I haven't seen it recently, but I'm still going to say it just in case it comes back, because questions come back. Que sais-tu de la Guadeloupe? Que sais-tu de la Guadeloupe? I could have said Martinique as well. No answer? Guadeloupe est un pays francophone. Okay, Nila. Yes, but you missed something. It's not Guadeloupe, it's la Guadeloupe. La Martinique. OK? La Guadeloupe est un pays francophone. OK. La capitale de la Guadeloupe est Basse-Terre. OK, très bien. OK. Okay, just to tell you, from the point of view of the French, Guadeloupe cannot have a capital because Guadeloupe is a département, okay? So it means that it's the same département as Normandy or Brittany and so on, or even Corsica. So those places do not have a capital. The capital is Paris, okay? So in English, we say capital, but in French, it's called chef-lieu, okay? So I'm just saying that because if French people heard that you say la capitale, they will probably be shocked, okay? So it's Justine, you said la Guadeloupe se trouve aux Antilles. Okay, très bien. Okay, so if you have a question like that, try to say as much as you can, and it's good, okay? For example, you would say, que sais-tu de la Guadeloupe? Oui, ben, la Guadeloupe, c'est une île. You can already say it's an island, okay? C'est une île qui se trouve, as Justine said, qui se trouve aux Antilles. Son chef-lieu est Basse-Terre. Il y a un volcan qui s'appelle la Soufrière. Okay, that is for Guadeloupe. For Martinique, you could say exactly the same thing. La Martinique, c'est une île dans la Caraïbe qui se trouve aux Antilles. All this is fine, but you can also say that there's a volcano. Donc il y a le volcan, la montagne Pelée. I'm sure you know that. Quoi d'autre? I don't know what else you know about Guadeloupe, Martinique, but anything like that. I mean, 3 sentences will do. Okay. Bien. This one now. Écoutez. La Guadeloupe est un pays qui. OK, c'est un pays qui. I prefer, Malika, that you say la Guadeloupe est un pays francophone. Because you know the word francophone. And francophone means that. Okay. Zeta, you know, I'm trying to help you to impress the examiner. So that's the reason why I'm saying 3 sentences, but 2 are fine. But of course, the more you show off, the better, you better, you know. So it's up to you. But the question was, j'en parle français en Guadeloupe, OK. OK, que sais-tu de la Guadeloupe? It could have been de la Martinique. It could have been the same, hein? Guadeloupe, Martinique. Now, one thing I need to tell you, because I've noticed that students make mistakes, okay? Martinique is no longer a département, okay? Martinique, I think it was in 2000 and, was it 19? I can't remember the year, but recently they had a referendum and they decided to no longer be a département d'outre-mer. Like Guadeloupe. Guadeloupe has had its referendum as well, but they decided to stay in. So they are still a département, but Martinique decided to be a collectivité territoriale. So what it means is that they have a little bit more autonomy, but they're not independent, but a little bit I think the difference is that they can manage the money directly and so on, whereas with Guadeloupe, it's a little bit more complicated because they are a département. Voilà. So for decision making, it's easier if you are a collectivité than if you are a département. Okay, that's all you need to understand. Okay, so you could add that. You could say if it's Guadeloupe, you can say that it's un département français, and if it's about Martinique, you can say that la Martinique est maintenant, now, une collectivité territoriale. Oh là là, if you say that, you're going to impress your examiner. Okay. All right. Next question. Écoutez, qu'est-ce qu'il y a à visiter dans ton pays? So that question is interesting because you all come from different countries. So hopefully we get different answers. No response? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a à visiter dans ton pays? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a à visiter dans ton pays? Okay, I've got Townsend who says à mon pays, not à mon pays, dans mon pays, il y a un musée, not une musée, un musée qui s'appelle le musée de Bob Marley. OK, so I'm assuming it's Jamaica. OK, très bien. Dans mon pays, il y a Dunn's River Falls et le musée. Be careful, Kayana, is le musée. I know that musée has two E's, but it's masculine. That is one which is a bit funny because you heard, I'm sure you were told that if a word ends with two E's is feminine, but musée is an exception to the rule. Okay? Très bien. I see Queen. The question is this. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a à visiter dans ton pays? So tell me, do you think that you need help again this week on Sunday? You want another live? Do you think? I mean, I hadn't planned one, but I think that some people has difficulties understanding. Dans mon pays, on peut visiter le Rix Café. OK, très bien. Très bien, Jamaïque. Jade, not à mon pays, dans mon pays, tu peux visiter Dunn's River Fall. OK. Instead of saying tu peux, I would say on peut. On peut visiter. OK? As opposed to tu peux. So don't forget, dans mon pays. Dans mon pays, il y a Lily. You miss a little word again. Okay, Zedia, Jade, and the we was to what? Oh, about next Sunday? Is that what the we was about? Because you see, with the chat is not clear. Yeah, Belle is fine, but there's something missing as well. Anya, very good. Mon pays, la Jamaïque, a de belles plages et KFC. Oh, okay. I'm with you. Okay. All right. So I'll do another one exactly like what we've just done. Okay. Okay. All right. So what is missing is dans mon pays, il y a de belles plages. Dans mon pays, il y a de belles plages. De DE. Okay. Remember what I explained to you when you have an adjective which is plural, and this adjective is before the noun, because you know that most adjectives are after. If it comes before the noun and it's plural, you have to put DE instead of DES, okay, even though it's plural, okay? Zeta, can we do some reading passages too? That's what I wanted to do, but I'm not sure how to do it because I can't hear you. Dans mon pays, Malika, dans mon pays, il y a, I'm not sure, park? What's that park? Is it, do you mean this park? Like that? Kayana, no, what I mean is that I could be on a different platform via YouTube to do it, but the problem is that how do you want the reading to be done? Because I'm not going to hear anything from you. The only thing you can do is to type. You understand? Dans mon pays, Niacha, dans mon pays, il y a un centre. Un centre de shopping? No, 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 no. It's okay. I'm talking to Niasha White. Il y a un centre commercial, not de shopping, qui s'appelle Plaza. Ok. Ok, Malika. Ok, dans mon pays, il y a, don't forget your article, il y a des parcs que l'on peut visiter. I like the on. Now, have you noticed I said que l'on as opposed to con? Because the con sound is not nice in French and con does exist and it's not a nice word. So what the French do, they put que l'on to stop that con sound, okay? Aisha Lewin, yes, I mean, I don't think the live streaming would be a problem. Zoom, I don't know. It's so complicated, you know. I mean, if I were to do it, it would be on a different platform. It wouldn't be on Zoom, but there's another platform where you can share documents. So that can be done. But my question is, how would you benefit from the reading if you're not reading? That is my question. Lily, if so, if the plural adjectives comes after the noun, we don't put de. If the plural adjectives comes after the noun, we don't put de. No, you wouldn't put de, no. Dans mon pays, il y a des parcs que l'on peut visiter. Bon, that is my. Okay. All right. And then the last question. No, there's two more questions, sorry. On travel. Brian, oh, I see what you mean, but I'm not quite sure how it works. What I could try to do, though, I could talk to because there is another workshop which is organized on Friday evening by the Ministry of Education of Jamaica. But I'm not sure, I'm not involved in it, so I'm not sure what they're going to have this time. Last time they had, what did they have? oh yes, it was questions, which is exactly what we're doing, and it was in break rooms, but I don't know. Okay, I'll think about it. Okay, but I think what can be done, I can put it to the lady who is our education officer and tell her to change the subject to reading. I don't know if she will accept that, and then you can connect on Friday. Okay, this is from Jamaica, so but it's open to any island, you know, even if you're not from Jamaica. We welcome our neighbors, no problem. Okay, merci Brian. Okay, so okay, for this one I want many sentences. Okay, écoutez. Raconte-moi un voyage que tu as fait à l'étranger ou dans ton... What's that? Sharon Grant? I boy oh, what does that mean? What is that? Oh, okay. I froze. Okay. Okay. Raconte-moi un voyage que tu as fait à l'étranger ou dans ton pays. Okay. Raconte-moi un voyage que tu as fait à l'étranger ou dans ton pays. No, I see Queen. It's not that. Jaden, je préfère voyager dans ton pays. Why do you say dans ton pays? Moi, un voyage que tu as fait à l'étranger ou dans ton pays. That's the question. Okay, so when you have questions like raconte-moi, as I explained before, you need to really say quite a few things. Okay, Ania, quand je suis allée aux États-Unis, not uni-État, quand je suis allée aux États-Unis, je suis allée à l'Universal et le monde de Disney avec ma famille. C'était amusant. You can't say amusante, amusant. Remember what I said? I don't know if you were there, but I said after say, you cannot have feminine, even if what you're talking about was feminine, okay? All right. And when you say Anya, I'm assuming you are a girl. So quand je suis allée, you need to put two E's, one with the accent aigu followed by E. OK, l'année dernière, j'ai visité, not j'ai visité aux États-Unis. This is a common mistake. You can't say j'ai visité aux États-Unis. You need to say je suis allée aux États-Unis. OK, Towson. You can say je suis allée aux États-Unis. J'ai visité New York. J'ai visité le Grand Canyon and so on. OK, donc je suis allée aux États-Unis pour jouer au badminton. Jouer. Remember, il jouait au badminton et j'ai gagné une médaille. Une médaille. Oh, félicitations. Très bien. Les joueurs étaient très gentils. Avec un S, because it's plural. OK? Très bien. So we have very good players of badminton. OK. Très bien, très bien. And you represented which country, Townsend? Was that Jamaica? Which country did you represent? Très bien. Okay. All right. So now my last question. Okay, my last question. Okay. Si tu avais beaucoup d'argent, quel pays aimerais-tu visiter? Pourquoi? OK, je répète. Si tu avais beaucoup d'argent, quel pays aimerais-tu visiter? Pourquoi? Alors, je visiterai la France, OK. Je voyagerai en France parce que j'aime. It's not j'aime voir la Tour Eiffel. J'aimerais voir. I would like to see the Eiffel Tower. OK. Je voudrais visiter le Francia. What's that? Deleted, OK. Si j'avais beaucoup d'argent, j'irais en Europe parce que c'est magnifique, OK. J'aimerais voir, OK, d'accord. D'accord, OK. Okay, so these are the type of questions. I mean, all the questions I have are questions from CSEC. What I did, I went through all the past papers and put questions together. And on top of it, I added my own questions, which in the end ended up in the exam. because, it's very often the same kind of questions. Um, so we have done quite a bit. We did home, travel and shopping. Alors, je visiterai la France parce que je veux apprendre plus sur la culture. OK. J'aimerais visiter Townsend, not visiter again. I don't know if you're the same person who made a mistake, but j'aimerais aller à Paris pour pratiquer la langue. Okay, you go to the country, you don't visit the country. The country, when you say you visit the country, you're visiting particular areas like a museum. You visit a museum. It's the idea of doing this. Oh là là, c'est beau. You discovering, okay? But when you go to Paris, you're going, okay? So you don't say visiter, okay? And Jaden is visiter la France, is feminine. France is a woman. Parce que je voudrais voir le Louvre, ok? Très bien. Icy Queen, France, you miss your E, but je visiterai la France parce que je veux apprendre. Oh yes, I had read that. Je veux apprendre plus sur la culture, ok? J'aimerais visiter Paris pour pratiquer la langue. Je visiterai. Ok, j'aimerais aller en Martinique parce que je voudrais voir le volcan, car je veux voir le volcan, ok. Ryan, je pense que je suis ennuyeux, j'aimerais visiter la France pour que je puisse pratiquer mon niveau de français, je ne sais pas. Ok, très bien, Ryan. Ok. Oh, what is Oh, Icy Queen? Ok, Naisha White, j'aimerais aller au Japon, not visiter, j'aimerais aller au Japon pour manger une nouvelle cuisine. Ok, très bien. Bon. So how are you feeling after 3 hours and 32 minutes? I'm surprised you're still there. I thought you would have disconnected already after 3 hours. Okay, it's going to be a bit difficult to continue and do more because we have 3 more to do. If it took us 3 hours to do 3 topics, it's going to be a bit difficult to do 3 more, don't you think? Oh, you had disappeared, Samuel. I had noticed that you were no longer in the chat. Yes, I was just explaining that it took us 3 hours and 33 minutes, according to YouTube, to do 3 topics. So we can't do 3 more topics because it would be over 6 hours. Yes? All right. What I will do, I will see what I can do. In the meantime, if you need to contact me, you can contact me through YouTube. You know that when you are a subscriber, you have access to the channel, and you also have access to the email. So you go where it says about, and you go down, and you're going to see my email. So you send me an email, and I will respond to you. Okay, that's the best way of contacting me at this time. Oh, I hadn't written the question. See, okay, let me. Question I had asked. Si tu avais. Okay, Ryan, is si tu, because we are doing CSEC. CSEC is with tu. Si tu avais beaucoup d'argent, quel pays with an S, aimerais-tu visiter and pourquoi? Okay, so let me type it. Si tu avais beaucoup d'argent, quel pays aimerais-tu visiter? So that was the first question, and then pourquoi? So this is the question you missed, Samuel. Si tu avais beaucoup d'argent, quel pays aimerais-tu visiter? Pourquoi? Okay, I thought you were going to tell me countries. I mean, somebody didn't mention Japan. I was expecting countries which are quite far from here, but some people are happy just to be around here, so that's fine. Yeah. I just would like to just advertise a little bit for a friend of mine who has started a YouTube channel. He's doing Spanish CSEC. So if there's 2 languages, I'm going to put the name of this channel. He told me that he's going to launch a video release, not launch, but release a video pretty soon, this week, I think. Greener Side Language Academy, and it's focusing on Spanish. So that is for Spanish, okay? CSEC, of course. So if any of you is doing Spanish, so you may consider subscribing to the channel so that you get the same. You know, when you subscribe to a channel, the good thing about it is that you have access to all the videos. You can contact the YouTuber. You know, there's a lot you can do which you can't if you're not a subscriber. Okay. Je visiterai les États-Unis d'Amérique parce que je n'y suis jamais allée auparavant. Très bien, Samuel. D'André Williams, thank you for this. For this, what? I'm not sure what this is for. There is a French video as well. Yes, the video is more focusing, is doing a bit of French as well, but it's more for the little classes, okay, like grade 7, 8, 9. But his focus is on Spanish CSEC. Yeah, but yes, he does a bit of French, but it's going to be a little bit too basic for you, I guess, because it's for those classes. How do I access the questions? Which questions, Williams? Are you talking? I'm not sure what you're talking about. So how do I access the questions? Which questions you're talking about? Oh, well, the questions are in the chat anyway. This stream, I'm just going to leave it on YouTube, so you can go over this, okay? And in case you haven't subscribed to the channel is French Action. And there's about 5 or 6 videos of questions, okay? The thumbnails are gray in color. So when you are in the channel, assuming that you have subscribed, because to have access to the video, you have to subscribe, okay? So when you are in the channel, you're going to see some thumbnails in gray called French oral exams. It's written at the bottom. Each time you see that French oral exam, it's for you. It's for CSEC. The CSEC videos for the oral are gray color. Okay, so you can have access to those videos. And the way I have done it, so I explained at the beginning, but I can explain again. The way I have done it is that I ask the 10 questions. It's always 10 questions. I think there's one video where I had to ask 2 more because I really felt that it was important to ask those questions. And one video has 12, but I can't remember which one it is. But what I would say is that these videos have the questions right at the beginning. So when you look at the video, you're going to see, I think I have put an ear, and I say the 10 questions. So I go question numéro 1, question numéro 2, question numéro 3, etc., up to 10. And I don't give the answers, because what I'm saying is that if you can understand all those questions, then you're good to go, okay? But very often you find that the questions the students can't manage are very often the ones toward the end, because they are the questions which are the most difficult ones. I start with easy questions and then I move up, 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 up. So what I have found is that the questions toward the end are the ones that the students are struggling with. So, yeah. All right. So the best thing I can do is, I mean, on Friday, as I said, Friday, there is, I don't know if any of you have been to the workshop last workshop was when? I think it was Friday or Saturday. No, it wasn't Saturday because we are Sunday. So I think it was Friday. Last Friday, we had a workshop organized by the Ministry of Education of Jamaica. And next Friday, there will be another one. So I'm going to see if they can change whatever they're going to do, because I think, I don't know what it was about, because I didn't get involved in it. But it could be that it's the same kind of work. I don't know. But anyway, I promise I will do something on Sunday if I don't have problems with internet or anything like that. And also, when you subscribe, YouTube sends you a reminder for this session, for the live. When you don't subscribe, you don't know when the live is unless somebody tells you about it. So that's another reason why it's good to subscribe, because like that you know everything. And also another thing is that when you subscribe, you don't just click on the subscribe button. You have to click on the subscribe button and click on the bell. Then you're going to have a pop-down menu, and then click on all, because if you don't do that, it's as if you had unsubscribed. So it says subscribe, but you don't receive necessarily the notifications and so on. So you need to ensure that you click on all, and all notifications will be sent to you. Okay. Now, to answer, I can only answer the question for John Brown. I can only answer the questions for Jamaica, because I'm not sure for the other islands. But for Jamaica, it's both. Not all of them will be online. Some will be face-to-face and some will be online. It's all based basically on the examiner. Somebody like me, for example, I will do it online. So that's the reason why it will be online with me. But with some of my other colleagues, it's going to be face-to-face. I don't want to do it face-to-face. So that's it. So for the other islands, I think the 2 options will probably be available. But, each country has its things, so I cannot answer. I don't know, Jen Brown, I don't know if you are from Jamaica, but from Jamaica, it's both. But for other from the others, I don't know. Okay. Yes, John Brown. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop now. I'm not going to lie to you. I haven't eaten. But la Dominique est face à face. Okay. Okay, so Samuel, I'm going to teach you a nice expression which has been used since COVID. We don't say face à face. I'm going to teach you the new expression, okay? And now you can show off, okay? So, for example, if we're talking about a class, un cours en présentiel is face to face, and online and you need to know those words because nobody in France now says face à face. You look like me now as a French person. If I say face à face, they will look at me and say, where is she coming from? So you have to be, you have to keep up with what's going on because it's so cours en présentiel is face à face, and cours en distanciel is basically what we have been doing. Okay. Niasha, merci beaucoup pour votre séance de français, madame. Well, merci you, because if you're not coming, then obviously there wouldn't need any need for me. So I'm pleased to be able to help. I decided to do this because I was at the session on Friday, and I noticed that some students had some challenges. So I said, well, I don't know if those students will be there today, but I recognized a couple of names today. So I know that some of you were at that workshop, but in fact, it's on Friday I decided to do that. It never occurred to me to do live because I'm very new to YouTube. I started YouTube in September just to help my students because since we were doing classes online, I thought, oh gosh, it's going to be very hard how I'm going to do it. And I just decided to do some videos for them. And then it started to grow. And that's the reality. But I hadn't planned to do that much, really. Très bien, Samuel. La Dominique. Not en cours, but examen en présentiel, because it's not a class. I was just giving you an example with a class, but because it's class which is used all the time, but it's going to be an examen en présentiel. Where is the workshop link? I don't know because I can. Okay, let me see if I can contact the lady on WhatsApp. I don't know if she's going to watch her WhatsApp. I'm not too sure how to go about this because I can't put the link. I don't want to put the link in the description of the video because we don't want anybody to be there. I don't want people from, I don't know, people from the other side, the other end of the world coming and they are there and make they are there for other reasons. So we have to be careful with links because last year when we did, I remember I was in one of the workshops and we had to stop the workshop because a group of guys had just taken over the whole meeting. And we're writing on the board very, bad words and so on. So we have to be careful with links. So what I would say to you, ask your teachers. The teachers will know, especially if you're in Jamaica. All the teachers in Jamaica definitely know. Now, if you are not from Jamaica, if you're not from Jamaica, then what I would suggest is that you contact me via YouTube. So when you go into my channel, you're going to see. So when you arrive to the YouTube, you're going to see home, videos, playlist, discussion, and at the end it says about. It tells you what the channel is about, and at the bottom it says email, something like that, email. So you have to click in it. The email you have to click because there's is not shown, so you have to click to get the email, and then you can send me something, and then we can probably connect that way. That's the best I can do for you. Okay. My phone is ringing. So she's saying, oh, she's already responded. She said, same link for the meeting on Friday. So those who were with us on Friday is exactly the same link. And we are using the same link for all the sessions. Okay, so if you are from Jamaica and you were in that meeting on Friday, it's the same link. So I'm just going to say thank you to her to be so quick. Any questions before I disconnect? Any questions about the actual exam? Anything not about me, but about the exam? Anything I'm willing to answer? Okay, she's saying that it's on Friday 28th from 4 to 6. Jamaica time, by the way. Okay, so if you're not from Jamaica, you'll have to, I think you are probably 1 hour ahead of us. So you have to think about that. I think you are ahead of us. So think about that. Okay. So from 4 to 6 p.m. Jamaica time. Okay. Another question I wanted to ask you, do you prefer the Saturday or the Sunday? Because if I do it, it will be in the afternoon anyway. I don't want to do something at night. How do you pronounce d'ailleurs? Et also, does it mean besides? D'ailleurs, yes. Okay, d'ailleurs has two meanings. It depends on what you mean. Okay, Sunday, I agree with you. I prefer Sunday as well. So I'm happy about that. But I was thinking if it's a Sunday thing and people are busy on a Sunday, then okay, yes. Even though today is Monday, but it's Monday, but it's bank holiday, and I decided to do it today because it was bank holiday. I don't know if it's bank holiday in other islands, but in Jamaica it's bank holiday, so that's the only reason why I did it. So as you can see, I hadn't planned to do it. Otherwise, I would have done it yesterday. But I didn't realize that you really, really, really need it. So, okay, to answer your question, Samuel, d'ailleurs has two meanings. If you say je viens d'ailleurs, I come from elsewhere. But it's true that d'ailleurs means besides, yes. And the pronunciation is d'ailleurs. Yeah, that one is a little bit d'ailleurs. Yeah. Moreover, I would say for moreover, I would say en plus or en outre, which is a bit more. But Samuel, I know you can use en outre. So I'm giving you en outre. Bon, de en plus is just, je suis née en Dominique, mais j'ai grandi en Martinique. Pensez-vous qu'avec le temps, je le récupère? Ah, okay, okay. You are the one we heard on Friday. Okay. Je suis née en Dominique, mais j'ai grandi en Martinique. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, this is what I'm going to say to you, Samuel. A language is all to do with practice. You don't really forget it. Yes, sometimes words would not come out, but you will not forget it. It will come back to you. So you don't have to worry about that. It's like me, sometimes there are some words people say, what's the word for this? Such and such. And I'm thinking, oh gosh, I can't remember. Why I can't remember? Because I haven't used that word in French for a long time. Because at the end of the day, I live in Jamaica, so I speak English. Okay, so sometimes I forget some words. So that will happen. But if you practice, then it will come back. You cannot forget what you learn, especially when you say j'ai grandi. That is very important because where you grew up is what stays here. And also another thing, you will always have a good accent because you did it when you were younger. But when we start learning a language when we're older, it's not the same. Well, what you have to do is really to practice. Okay, Samuel, I'm going to tell you something. You need to contact me. But when you contact me, you have to tell me all this so that I can remember it's you because I don't have a good memory. But what I can say to you is that at the Alliance Française de la Jamaïque, they have online, what do you call them? They have some meetings, not meetings, but where people are supposed to talk to each other in French. And you could actually go there and practice your French again, and it's all free of charge. OK? Mon problème est d'écrire le français, mais je suis généralement géniale à l'oral. OK, donc, OK, so you want, OK, what I would say to you, Samuel, is that why don't you try to prepare for the DELF exam? I mean, of course, you're going to do the CSEC. That's fine. And you will pass. That's no problem. But I'm not talking about the CSEC. I'm talking about the DELF because it's an international exam. The problem with the CSEC is just it's local, you know. But I also say to my students, though, oh, you've already got the DELF A2. No, I'm not talking about A2. I'm talking more than A2. You have to move to the B section. I did a video which is called how to evaluate my own level of French. If you go to that, I talk about the different levels. If you don't know about the different levels, that is, you can go to that video and watch it. And really, what the level I would say that you want to get is B2. If you can reach B2, it would be super. Mon professeur a dit que je suis capable. You see, I told you, I said B2. You see, even before I read this, I told you to do the B2. So try to do the B2, and but of course, doing the B2, I mean, it takes preparation. So what you can do is I don't know if you can order some books from Amazon. I don't know if it goes up to where you live. I mean, we receive stuff here in Jamaica, but I don't know in Dominique what it's like. But you could purchase books which are called, I think in that video I took a picture of the book. I think I probably had the A1, A2, but it's the same series from Hachette, and you can have B1, B2 as well. Okay, she's doing the C1. Okay, très bien, très bien. Dans une université en Martinique. Oh, ben, it's not une université, it's l'université. There's only one university in Martinique. Okay, that's very good. That's very good. So what I would say to you, try that exam. And also for those who can manage, try to do a little bit more. If you can do CSEC, then you can try to go above the A2 and try to do the B1 first, see how it goes first, and then B2. Yes, I think I would definitely advise you to do that. And of course, I mean, I said that, but you could do CAPE, of course, because after that is CAPE. Yeah. I have to say, what I'm trying to do at the moment on the videos is very much A1, A2. Whenever you see A2 on my videos, A2 is basically CSEC, okay? But when CSEC is finished, I will move a little bit up, and I'm going to try to do things for those who are interested in B1, B2. But I can't do it now because at the moment I'm focusing really on the CSEC students. I think they need a lot of help, and there's not much on the internet for them. And sometimes what is on the internet is not even correct. So you have, so that's, yeah. Somebody says, l'université dans une, yeah, I said l'université because there's only one of them. There's l'université des Antilles. It's called l'université des Antilles, like the University of the West Indies, but in French. So it's the same. Yeah. Bon, ben, I'm pleased you enjoyed the session. Ryan, merci beaucoup pour ton aide. Merci beaucoup. And as I said, you can contact me via my email on YouTube, and I will respond to you. Obviously, you have to be precise and tell me that you're coming from this live stream so that I can understand all this. Okay. Another thing I would like to ask you as well, if you are interested, that is, I'm looking for some letters. I'm looking for some letters from you, because what I want to do is to really see where the mistakes are, what the problems are, if any, and probably do a live stream again, but really focusing on the letters alone. But I need letters. I need letters so that I can see what kind of mistakes you make and so on. Okay. Okay, j'espère, Ryan is not j'espère d'arriver, is j'espère arriver. There's no de. Espérer is direct. J'espère arriver au niveau, not à le. À le, remember, à le changes into au niveau C2, mais ça va être très difficile. OK. C2 is near native, so it's not easy. Yes. Samuel, je vais aussi au lycée en Martinique après le lycée. Okay, so Samuel, you're saying that you're going back to Martinique then? So when you finish in Dominica, you're going to Martinique? Is that what you're saying? I didn't think of a letter now, but I would rather you write a letter from CSEC, a letter from an old paper, okay, from an old paper. I prefer that it's a letter from a CSEC letter because we are talking about CSEC, so it has to be very specific, okay. Another workshop that I'm going to do is the situations, the written situations. Yes, because students lose a lot of marks on the written situations, and yet that's where you should pick up the marks. So easy to do. It's much easier to do the situations, which is worth 30 points, than doing the letter, for example. But the students just don't pay attention to the situations, and then they lose a lot of marks. So it's important. Yes, responses to situations. Yes, Samuel. Mhm. So I'm not sure which way I'm going to go first. Maybe the situation will be easier because I don't have the letters as yet, because I want to have a variety of letters, and that's going to take a while as well. I have to read them and then see what is common and how to improve them and so on. Okay, so yeah. Because what you need to understand as well is that the situations is 30 points, okay, but the situations sometimes you don't even need to make a full sentence for the situations. So for example, if they say you need to wish to make a good wish for somebody who is going on holiday, bon voyage, that's all you can say, bon voyage, and that gives you the full points. But students, they don't realize that, and they write a lot of stuff and then make mistakes, lose points, and so on. Ma maman est un professeur de français primaire. Okay, you should have said ma mère est professeur. Okay, I'm not going to read it again. Remember, there's no donc ma mère est professeure de français dans le primaire, in primary school. Okay, so remember, before occupations and professions, I think you were not there when we were doing that, Samuel. uh, Professions and occupations, you don't put the un that we put in English, because that's a problem. You translate from English into French. Okay? Any other questions? No? No questions? Okay. All right. Well, if I don't see you again, or shall I say, if you don't see me because I can't see you, but all the best with your exams, and don't panic, because based on what I've seen written here, you are good students. I mean, you will not fail your oral. I'm pretty sure about that. You write fairly well, so I'm sure the pronunciation will follow as well. Remember that there's those videos on the channel which are done for you. Okay, so go through those videos, and the yellow one, the very um, harsh color, the yellow ones are on pronunciations. So you can use that. And also, I have started pronunciation for beginners. So it's not really for you, because you're not really you're not a beginner. But I did that because some subscribers had obviously they want to start, they started French with the blue series. The blue series is not for you because it's too easy for you, but we are at lesson 18, and one said to me, I can't pronounce the words. That's what she said. So I said, all right, so I'm going to, okay, she gave me the idea, okay, I have to do something about that, because if she says that, others will think the same as well. So that's why I came up with those blue series. Well, not the blue series, it's for the blue series, and it's called French pronunciation for beginners. So that comes out on a Thursday, but anything coming out for you is on Friday, okay? And if it comes on a Thursday, it could be because I made a mistake when I schedule, because I schedule the videos. I don't release the videos on the day. I schedule them, like the video for Friday for you is already on YouTube, scheduled. So I don't have to do anything. YouTube releases the video at the time when I ask, so. Okay, je vais en regarder. Okay, you're talking about videos. Okay, Samuel, well, all the best. Now, you're very lucky because many people haven't seen me. So you're very lucky. So at least you know what I look like. Okay. All right. So I'm going to leave you all and wish you the best for your exams again if we don't meet again. And you have to be very positive, okay? And also, once your exam is over, once the oral is over, you have to work on your writing, because remember, the writing, if you fail your writing, you fail the whole of CSEC, okay? So it's very important. If, for example, you have an E grade in writing, even if you had A, B elsewhere, when you have an E grade, you have failed your exams, okay? So that's the reason why I'm saying once you finish with your oral, straight away, you're going to work on your writing. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm thinking already for the week after, writing. I'm not even thinking oral anymore, because even though the oral is up to the 16, but then there's not enough time. And I'm not going to do videos every day. It's only once a week. So, okay. Très bien, Samuel. Okay, you have to contact me, Samuel. Okay? Très bien. That's cool. That's good. And I rely on you and Ryan. Okay. Well, it looks like maybe we have to create a little club, a little club of this new, this, I don't know. You have mock exam oral tomorrow. Oh, win. Okay, all the best. But I'm sure that what you have done today is going to help you a lot, because at least you practice a little bit. Maybe if I didn't do that today, maybe you wouldn't have practiced at all. I don't know. So that is going to help you a lot for tomorrow. Well, hoping that you get those questions, because we didn't do what didn't we do? We didn't do school and career, daily routine. But those are much easier than what we have done anyway, so it should be okay. So paper 1 and paper 2 exam. Wow. Okay, well, all the best. Samuel, this will be comme une lettre à la poste. Sports, what do you mean, Zaida? Oh, yeah, well, yes, it's true. We didn't do sports, but sports, it's always something which is easy. Okay, Ryan, so we keep in touch, no problem. So all the best to you all, and be positive. You have to be very positive. And remember what I said to you. When you go into there, you just make sure that you breathe very nicely 3 times. Okay? All right, so I'm going to leave you all and thank you very much. Bonsoir et à la prochaine. Au revoir. Yes, Ryan, they're going to do very well. That is true. I think today we had a very good group, I think. Au revoir. Au revoir, Samuel. Bonsoir, à la prochaine. Au revoir, Ryan. Merci d'être là. Okay, so au revoir.